the second day of freestyle tournament in Paris, and we wrapped up the stream yesterday due to technical difficulties, and also kind of by bad luck. It was a rough time for Fabi, but lucky sign or not, right after we closed the stream, he started doing a little bit of a comeback. So Fabiano is on a bit of a winning streak. So after having a very rough start, losing against Arjun Erigaisi, I mean, honestly, that's probably the only, let's say, real loss, since there is this famous chess saying that the last player who enters the tournament, Nodir Abdusatorov, will be doing well. That's just a law of chess, pretty much, because obviously, if you don't know, he is replacing Hans Niemann, who pretty much decided to withdraw right before the event. So lost against Abdusatorov, and then against Magnus. Cannot really complain, a guy to losing a game against Magnus, and now he is back on a hot streak after winning against Richie Rapport, Gukiesh, and a draw against Jan Nepomniachtchi. So if you guys don't know the format, the first 8 players do qualify for the next round of the tournament. Let me give you... can I show you the standings? That would be a professional streamer thing to do. Let me go into the screen mode so that you guys can see. These are the standings. Hopefully the stream works fine and you guys can hear me. Here you have it. Magnus, hot streak, 5 points out of the 6 games. Yeah, pretty much he only lost to Arjun Erigaisi. Then second player, the hidden law of chess. The guy who joins the tournament last will usually win it, as it happens. Nadir Abdusatorov on 5 out of 6 with 2 draws against Jan Nepomniachtchi and Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, who follows in the 3rd place with 4.5. After a psychedelic draw against Hikaru. That was a crazy game. Hikaru missed a mate in 6 moves. I don't remember when is the last time I've seen something like that. But it does happen to the best players as well. So Maxim still undefeated in the 3rd place. 4th place we have Jan Nepomniachtchi. Pretty solid performance overall. Only losing to Pragnananda. And then Hikaru, Erigaisi, Pragnananda, and Fabi. So if Fabi is able to keep the top 8, that would mean a qualification. So we have 5 more rounds today. We're going to be playing 10 minutes and 10 seconds increment. That is about the format. I think that is all you need to know in case you missed yesterday. So what I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna take you to the game. We're gonna change the scene, and perhaps do we have a gimbal cam? Let me check if we have a gimbal cam. Boom. Check this out. How do you guys like the gimbal cam? Okay, I think we are just drawing the position right now. Just gonna be silent for a little bit. Let's see the action.
I mean, it's probably not that. Also, you can do. Yeah, I was wondering. Yeah, but it's just like. But now you have no check.
But there's this taking like late on that.
Takes knight f6.
Also d4 is very tempting. First one.
What? Takes knight e6, knight f6. Maybe c4 with the idea
What about
c5
one
d4.
e6 stuff? No, okay, that's incredibly stupid. I take that back. It says e4 instead of c4 instead of e4? But
Yeah.
c4, c5 doesn't.
d4 now.
No, e4's got to be.
Let me try to give you
E4 's
a
got-
different
There's no
angle to
consistency
this.
with that.
Hop. Okay, we have Fabiano angle. Oh, but this one does not have microphones. Nobody in the confession, just checking.
Yeah, but black is too.
Yeah.
Why? No, but I'm just saying, like. I thought.
Knight f3.
No, that's 3 and knight g6.
We're gonna stick with the gimbal because it has sound.
Maybe now this.
Yeah, but is this a big deal at all? Go h5?
Yeah, just play it like that.
Yeah,
But
I
like,
think
it's
we-
definitely better. But
Yeah, I mean, it's a good. But I'm not sure if
think
h.
bishop g5
H
and knight
for.
g3.
I'm not quite sure why it's h.
No, e3. Can we do knight f6?
Knight of 6.
And then c4 e6.
c4 e6, yeah.
But why is that so good?
Context knight x, it's like a very good.
I don't think we're unhappy about that.
Yeah,
d4.
yeah, d4 probably. Yeah.
D4
I'm
bishop
also not
Q4.
sure.
Or knight g6 castle e6. Why not d4 here? Possibly. I just want to castle.
Ah,
E6
e6,
take, and I don't understand how that's commute. Knight of 3.
knight g3 castle.
Wait, can we? What's wrong with Sicily? We kind of.
Yeah,
Uh,
like c3 d4.
C3
d5, okay.
Or knight f6. No, knight f6 d4. Sorry.
So let's go knight of 3 first. I mean,
Wait, c3, knight of 6, d4.
I mean, there's no.
But why not c3 d5?
Yeah, c3 d5.
Also,
it's
is
fine.
c3, e5 bad? Like, what's the big deal?
Nothing. Yeah.
It looks like a reasonable setup.
Yeah.
yeah, but you're just a bit worse, no? Knight of 3 and b4. Knight of 3, knight of 6, or knight of 3.
Yeah, knight e6 makes sense.
And knight e7 next. Probably.
So c3.
I don't want knight of 3 here.
Knight f3 is to b5.
Yeah, but this is better for white, no? Knight e3 and 4.
Knight e7.
Can we start with knight of 6?
Yeah.
Yeah, but then we go c3.
Is e5 not? Yeah. d4. Yeah. C4, yeah? C3.
3.
Well, even king of h is more happy to say.
No, knight g3 first.
No, it's normal, but I mean, just don't go fucking on h5 yet.
d5, knight
No, if I feel like knight to 3, if I feel like knight to 3, and we provoke some c6 or it might be just.
c4.
Okay, knight 5, yeah? Yeah, if we broke knight to 6, okay, let's say we are. Yes. Okay. Knight to 6, yeah, knight to 6 is very weird. Knight to 6 is a bit misplaced. I mean, not that much, because he castles plays d5 and then okay, whatever. Yeah, c6, d5, okay, but yeah. This has, okay, this has some sense for sure.
d5, knight h5.
No, knight e2 is probably not a good move.
Okay, if we play
Probably
first
too
move
superficial.
c4.
h5, knight f3.
Okay, then we
h4,
have
knight
to
f4.
consider e4.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Yes,
e4.
Stripe and g3 maybe d5. c4 is interesting. Yeah.
c6.
C6 or c4.
You go e5. Okay, c5 probably. Yeah. Interesting. But maybe not at g3. Yeah?
Or knight f3, d4 stuff.
No, I don't like knight on e3. Blocks our own bishop. Yes, we sort of committed to another knight move here.
If we get this d4, maybe.
Knight in g3 we have.
Yes, yes.
We want, but then
I'm not sure which was stuff. Also e5 maybe.
yeah, if I probably should be quite decent. Yeah, but then we go e3 d4 probably. Yeah.
Knight f6.
So some.
Yeah.
I like 4 looks like principle. I mean, if we can drag and hit then it's good because we are like first two.
Yeah, no, yeah, e4, c5. Yeah, this way.
Okay, but our main concern is like d5. Yeah, so d5 is happening, we are not happy. So it's like play around it.
b4.
Maybe knight d3 first. Okay, if you go like c3, the problem is d5 immediately. Okay, so knight d3. Okay, same. Try to stop it.
Actually, I like black.
Yeah,
Or c5, yeah, I'm not
so
sure.
happy. Yeah, I think maybe
Wow.
c4 is the
C4
best
or
one.
something else.
Okay, if we start knight
C4,
f3, then
We'll have some slight advantage.
yeah, so like,
Yeah, I have a feeling c4. I have a feeling c4 is probably
Yeah.
the best.
c4, c6, so like,
Yeah, very boring.
I still like e4, like c5. Okay, knight e3, c3, like it's less like.
You can try.
Yes, okay, I will. That's what I will do. Okay, c4 is makes a lot of sense also, of course.
This is just very boring. d4, d5.
No, but e4, yeah, e4 we can afford a little bit for the knight. But what if c5? Here we sort of throw in like knight h5. No, take e4, queen g4. Not much. So, okay. Good luck.
I'll get to
Alright guys, so the analysis part seems to be over as Fabi is waiting at his desk. We're gonna stay on the landscape image for a bit until the game begins. Let's admire Fabi with his purple jacket. Here comes Big Hikaru. About to be an epic battle. From what it actually seems to be a very similar position to standard chess, we can see double bishop on the left side with double knights on the other. Plus, heavy pieces do keep their initial squares. Imagine organizing a tournament in Paris and based on the randomness, everything just looks like normal chess. That would be pretty ironic, but we do have the game, and I'm actually gonna switch so we can see Fabi's perspective with the black pieces. I see you guys in the chat, by the way. I keep an eye on that. Welcome everybody. I see we have a moderator and some female presence. That is always appreciated. So I noticed that. C4, C6 does resemble a Slav defense, except we have a bit of a skibidi knight on f8. So we will see. This is going to be very interesting. I'm actually hyped about the fact that we are getting a Slav, and already I may be somewhat inclined to believe that the trade of the C pawns isn't as great for white as usual. Because in the Slav defense, this CD5 move is meant to be combined with knight to B5 ideas. But oh no, we have a bishop on B1, so no more knight B5, but what do I know? That's just the first thing that comes to mind. Bishop G4 is something that I would like to throw in, but then knight D5 seems to be a typical reaction in standard chess as well. That may be quite problematic. An alternative way to solve problem of the light square bishop would be the Caro-Kann idea. To play G6, bishop F5, allow double the pawns, then play E6, and the knight on F8. It's actually quite nicely placed because it can go either to G6 or to D7. So if I would be with the black pieces, I would try G6, bishop F5, knight G3 meant to stop that. Fabiano just mirrors, and we do see kind of a meta of playing mirror openings like we did yesterday. Okay, you guys, you like to watch this with a bar? I will give you the bar. Personally, I prefer to do commentary without checking the engine, but you guys really want to see the bar, so fine. I will give you what you want. You've been polite for the first 10 minutes of the stream. So if I see any trolls in the chat, I'm gonna take away the bar. So be aware of that. It is 2025 after all. Actions do have consequences. Be a good boy, you get the bar. Get the point. Okay, bishop d3. Oh man, can I just keep the bar without seeing the moves? I don't like to see engine moves. Engine lines. Okay, apparently I can do that. Fine, I figured it out. Alright. Bishop d3? Kind of a waiting move. Trying to figure out what is white supposed to do next. Okay, bishop g4, big play. Notice how knight e5 is no longer an option because knight g6 has been played to stop that, as there would be a double trade incoming. So Hikaru will probably play e3. I don't think you are supposed to allow bishop takes, g takes. Although it's not immediately losing, it does feel more of like weakening other than a clever way to bring your rook to the g file like usual. Although I'm proven completely wrong because bishop g5 happens. If bishop d6 is played, we would have a perfect mirror. I'm starting to believe that as long as you're not hanging material immediately, the mirror is one of the best things you can do as black in freestyle chess. Oh, by the way, let me adjust the cameras of the players. Just give me a second. I will ignore for a little bit. Now I can actually see them in frame. So it looks like Fabi needs readjustments as we're covering more of his chair than Fabi. Okay, let me do this real quick. Okay, just some quick adjustments. Okay, we want to see Fabi. Here is Fabi. Also, should we have him on the left or on the right? Yes, so let's have Fabi like this. Oh, this is so pretty. Yes, now we have a good layout. Okay, we got Fabi. Shall we improve? I think they should be switching places. I'm gonna switch places. I'm gonna make a bold decision. I think by the way they're facing, it's more natural that we have them like this. Okay, sorry guys, just bear with me. I have to do it only once and then we will be having it for the rest of the day. I couldn't figure out how to do it before stream because nobody was sitting in those chairs. Not because I was a lazy prick. Okay, almost there. I hope you're not missing any action, but if I had to guess, probably some more mirror moves. Okay, now we're talking. Look at this. Starting to come together. All right. Oh no, we lost the board. What happened? Now it's back. Finally, we're good to go. What is happening? Queen b3, knight to f4. Knight to f4. Screaming. Oh no, I got a Windows pop out. I don't want to read the news. Can you just give me a break? Okay. Now we're back. We see queen trade. We see doubled isolated pawns. Ugh, brother. Doubled isolated pawns. We do get rook activity, but these are doubled isolated pawns. That is a little scary. e3. I think he will keep the bishop. I don't see Fabi trading for the knight. Okay, we do have it on the screen. Okay, this one I take immediately and the game is heading to a draw. e6, rook fc8, swap, and GG. Well, what can I say? At the end of the day, Black got a comfortable slot, but it seems like Fabi is pushing for more because he is seizing the opportunity to play b4 on the next move no matter what, which can actually transform the pawn from b6 from a weakness into a strength, because once the pawn will be on b4, it would be freezing a2, creating potential rook a5, rook a8 ideas, and then the pawn on a2 will be stuck. It cannot push because we can always either capture or en passant. So b5 if white wants to be very safe, a3 allowing the push. Yes, white goes for the safe play, and now we will have complete liquidation. Very classy pawn push by Fabi. Going b5 is always a super risky decision to make, because with these weak pawns, usually the more you advance them, the more vulnerable they become. But obviously with a player like Fabi, he is very good at bending the rules and manipulating these little nuances in his favor. So can we see their time? I think that should be manageable. Let me think about a cozy place to add it on the screen. Okay, I think I will just add a new window capture. Just give me a second. Window capture. Wait, what is going on? There seems to be a discussion. I'm missing some juicy drama. Oh no. Okay, so we could keep their times like this. I mean, I gotta be honest, it does look a little bit scuffed, but out of all the C squared streams, this is not the scuffest one. This looks pretty okay, if you ask me, pretty solid. Are they agreeing to a draw now? What happened? Oh, they just repeat. Pity we don't have sound on these cameras. But there you have it. Fabi first round of the day. Very solid game, I have to say. Fabi's on a roll. He's on a confident comeback. In the meantime, let's actually have a look on some other action. Let's go ahead and follow Magnus. We need to increase the views on C squared, so we're gonna follow Magnus. Now you see him in full screen, and yeah, actually, oh, never mind. Okay, I don't have the scene for the Magnus game. Apologies for that. But we can follow him like this. Vincent against Magnus. Does look like Vincent is... Doesn't look like anything. It's an imbalanced position. Okay, I have an idea. I will fix it for you guys in a second. I will copy this into the main, into this, into this. Now, pray it works. Will it work? Come on, give me video. I want video. So Magnus into main. But we don't have the video yet. Oof. Yeah, I'm afraid you guys will have to choose whether you want to see the board or the players. So currently we have the board. I can do you a favor and jump to this, but we can hardly see the moves. So you guys let me know in the chat which one you prefer. Okay, we have 2 votes for board and only 1 vote for me. I mean, for the players. So we're back to the main. The majority has decided. Okay, I have to say, Magnus looks like he's cooking. He's got a Caro-Canish position against the Isolani. I can see by the bar that the computer slightly prefers white, although... Oh, I understand it now. The computer does prefer white because Vincent is having an extra pawn. Wait, is he? Yes, he's having an extra pawn. That is why. This... I was about to say felt like a dream position for a Caro-Can player, but we are down a pawn. So, because of the opposite colored bishops, I imagine bishop comes to b7, yes. Some swap about to happen. Interesting, Magnus retreats. I was wondering if any h5, h4 would be possible, but I guess he can also just play for the blockade, put a bishop on d5, swap rooks. Should probably be an easy draw. What cams, Chris? I'm getting feedback from our main producer. I cannot. It doesn't capture Magnus's cam. Only if I go here, but it wouldn't activate the link in the scene. How is MVL doing? MVL was third at the start of today. So Magnus ends up putting the queen on d5. So pretty much pinning the knight to blocking the mating square. Okay, rook to d8. So this pretty much had to be played because with the last move, white was threatening to exchange the defender of a7. So rook d8 just a purely defensive move. Even though we are kind of giving up the file, as long as you're controlling the squares in your own half, you should be quite okay. Okay, guys, let me try to do the Magnus camera again. So these ones, they're working well. Let me try to copy to the main scene. Hopefully it will work. Might have to add a new media thing. Okay, I will try that. Maybe that's gonna work. doesn't seem to be working. The best thing we can do seems to be either this or go over the player. So I think the way we're gonna do it, maybe we can stay with the chess.com layout like this and zoom into the players when the time scramble is approaching. I think that would be more interesting. So yeah, other than that, doesn't seem like I can bring any new cameras to an existing scene. It probably something related to the transmission system, but seems to be working better today than yesterday at least. Okay, so bishop c3. What are the players doing? Just shuffling? Also, it's tricky if you put yourself in white's shoes because you do have an extra pawn, but you don't really have a pawn break. I mean, the only way you can win this position is by swapping pieces and getting into a king and pawn endgame. So then in the king and pawn endgame, well, you are gonna get pushed. But other than that, if you trade everything but manage to keep light square bishop on the board to blockade the white's only idea, then you're very much gonna be okay. So I see a fellow Romanian international master in the chat, David Alex. Te salut. We're having some high elo viewers. That's nice. I feel like C squared viewers are always higher rated in general. Although, as Fabi said, related to playing chess in your honeymoon, we don't have enough data on this. We don't have enough data on the honeymoon stuff and enough data on the elo of C squared subscribers. So right, so Vincent is well, chilling on the 7th rank, but that's only temporary as knight g6 is available at any given time. So pretty much reinforcing the fact that as long as you control all these squares, you're okay despite white controlling the open file. However, what you should not be doing in a position like this is trading on f3. Do we have anybody in the chat that would play bishop takes on f3 in this position? I'm curious. Statistically speaking, I think maybe a quarter of the chat would play this move in a blink. Okay, b4 played. Imagine, imagine Magnus going for the trade. That would, well, mean that you play as good as Magnus if he ends up going bishop takes on f3. I kind of doubt, but bishop on c3 in this pawn formation feels to be pretty stuck. I'm predicting a Magnus win. I don't know why, how, in what universe or what planet, but I feel like Vincent is going down on time and he has a bunch of weak pawns. Whenever Magnus enters risk-free territory with some slight chances, he is becoming very deadly. We've seen that against Vidit yesterday. Just squeezing a rook knight win against rook. I haven't seen that at the top level in. I actually don't remember when is the last time I've seen it. So he's very capable. Let's see. I will also switch to the cameras when both players will be under a minute, which is probably going to be pretty soon. Knight f3. I would put my knight on e6. Although doesn't seem to be a good time since rook d1 forces us to go back. Okay, knight d5. I was also about to say knight b5 to pressure d4. Was interesting, but probably white will activate. No, decides to keep the bishop. Was black threatening to take and play? Oh, threatening to take. I see that. Rook c1, f6, perfect move. Perfect move, stopping knight e5 and basically trying to provoke b5. Saying, if you're desperate for the trades, I'm gonna do it and then pick up b5, most likely. Magnus is entering grinding mode. Let's go over the players. We gotta watch them in this view. Things are about to get spicy. Bishop takes on g5. Magnus just blundered. What? Magnus just blundered, but the position was so good that he's barely worse. What is happening? Probably he now has to drop to d7 and start playing for a draw. My prediction of black winning has gone downhill, but honestly, he might be holding because the pawns are split by only one file. So white does have 2 extra pawns, but if the pawns are split by only one file in the opposite colored bishop endgame, it is probably going to be a draw. However, it remains a challenge to swap the knight, although for a good reason Vincent went for the trade. He probably didn't see a way to keep the knight and ever activated, so just went for the trade right away, and we'll try to get the passed pawns split by 2 files. So Vincent's dream in this endgame is to have the pawns like that. Exchange everything, remain with G and D pawn. If you exchange everything and remain with only these pawns, it will be a draw. But the players are too quick for me to explain. So if it's this, black is holding comfortably. And because of the double pawn specifically, yeah, it's even more difficult to get a passer. So now that the situation sort of clarified, I think it's a good moment to switch to the player cameras. Get a bit of a vibe check. I'm trying to understand why G4 wasn't played. But I assume there was a tactical problem with it. Vincent, problem in this endgame is that even if he tries to bring the king towards f4, then the pawn on g2 becomes a target. Magnus could use his bishop to attack g2. So, looks to be a lucky escape after that pretty big oversight. Wow, king to d5. What? That is... I don't think he's going after the b2 pawn. King to d5, maybe just waiting move. Okay, king to d5, to be honest, what else? If you don't play king d5, then maybe the pawn just pushes. We can go back to the main board because perhaps the endgame is a bit more tricky than it seems. But actually, we might get a better angle with the gimbal cam. Let's go over the gimbal, as this one has sound. Okay, I think I figured out the end game. Magnus wants to keep king on d7 and just shuffle. Bishop h3, bishop g4. I don't think you can make any progress in that position. I think this is the plan. So, no matter what you do, king stays on d7, bishop goes shuffles. If white tries to bring the king, then king f8 is met by king d7. And wait, what? Why isn't he going for that formation? To me, that looked unbreakable. Perhaps this is also draw. But to my understanding, I would just put bishop on h3, wait, and wait. So let's go back to the gimbal. Okay, it looks like players are just starting to shuffle. I mean, the only thing black could blunder this endgame is allowing king to g6, g4 break, but Magnus already blundered once in this game. I don't think there's a lot of data with him blundering twice in a game. So draw is agreed, and with that we have... do we have any more games? Huh, looks like everything has finished. Let's follow the players to... Where are the players? Where are these guys hiding? I have cameras everywhere. These guys are hiding from me. Nobody's confessing either. Come on, what is this? Okay, we'll catch them with a gimbal at least. You cannot hide away from the gimbal. The gimbal is coming after you. The other cameras are static, but this one... This one you don't get away. Okay, there will be, I believe, a 15-minute break. Something like that. The next round... Fabiano playing against MVL. Let me try to actually fix that. So I'm supposed to have desk one. Just give me a second. I will get my code ready so I can have desk one on the screen. just in case. Okay, now we'll either get it fixed or it will never work again. After our producer told me to switch cameras, we might not be able to bring this back. How about I just delete it and I try to add it from scratch? Let me do that. Oh, we get a drawing. No, we're getting more action. The action doesn't stop because we get a drawing. We get an angle from behind the chairs. Ah no, I just got baited. I was watching the other broadcast and I got baited by that. It is no drawing yet. Nobody's here. Okay, let me try to fix the main thing. We're just getting the highlights. So, gotta add like a media file. New. With input. Okay. Hopefully it works. Does this work? I have to remove the others. Remove. Yes. Maybe I can try to actually just copy it. So I will go to the zoom one and I will actually just try to copy this. Copy and maybe it just works like this with the paste. Oh, yeah, I got it. Now I know how to bring it. Nice. Nice. Look at this. Okay, I can do this and bring the scene whenever. Yes, this is pretty good. Let's have this behind the board. Okay, here we have this. Now it's a break. I think I will go and take a short break and we will be right back with the drawing of the next position. So I will leave you with a gimbal and we'll be right back. Or perhaps, how about I do this? Bang!
636.
Thank you very much. Position 636. I will take that off you. Thank you so much, Jules. The players will have 10 minutes. As always, we are going to listen in. So have fun and good luck to the players.
Yeah, bishop d5, bishop g7, rook g8.
Even rook f7.
Rook f7, that's fine.
But maybe it's just we go back and then...
Here, what's
no,
a little
we
bit
go
better,
back.
yeah?
You just go back.
Wait, here or here?
D4. D4
Because
goes
I'm
back.
I see through.
Yeah, D4 makes sense.
I think you should take the knight. Then bishop. Like,
Queen takes h8. So then b2 is hanging.
oh, b2's in.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Is f4, d5 or more?
Strange to
D4.
close the bishop. No?
D4?
Take it.
D4 is coming in.
D4 c3.
And the bishop on b8 is stupid.
c5.
No, but...
Oh,
Oh, yeah. No, it should just be great for
I
one.
thought maybe f6, yeah?
No, D. Yeah, so.
Okay,
And I
so
thought
it's typical,
E4,
no?
F5.
E4, F5, yeah. Same.
e4, d4.
Wait, E4, E5? Take and queen h. Oh, no, but it...
Knight e6.
Yeah.
But also e4, d5.
F5, right? Yeah, this is...
d5, d3.
But D5 is we also have bishop C5. Yeah.
Knight e6. Knight
I
d8.
don't understand why this is great for us.
I think this is good for just
Why?
development.
No, again.
I don't know. Or knight. Or knight D3.
But we don't have to play it. Most likely.
Because we can also compare D4.
Yeah, what kind of...
What is C6?
I think c6 we can at least take it there with knight d3. Should be a little something, right?
I like F5 though. I think that white is really suited for F5.
I mean, c6 helps of course.
No, this looks.
But this is certainly a little bit less.
Yeah, you look at 5.
I mean, knight, like here, if C6 and
Ah,
F5.
c6 and f5.
Like, yeah.
Ah, okay. Yeah, yeah.
Or maybe knight B3 first, I don't know. Maybe this is...
Even x5? Yeah, I think knight g3 is a lot.
But even after knight d3,
Knight C5.
Knight g3?
e4,
e4, rook f4?
c6,
c6, rook goes back.
d5.
Knight C5, which one?
Yeah, knight
d5, like knight
Yeah, knight
d3.
d5 makes
I
sense.
think
But
you
still
Oh,
should
queen
be-
h5, queen h5.
No,
should
no,
be
it's
a bit
guarded.
better.
It's guarded.
Oh.
I don't know, but,
But
still,
it's
yeah,
annoying.
it's still a check.
Yeah,
It's still a
still
check.
annoying,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
But I don't know if it's so annoying, but okay, it's kind of annoying.
But then just b6.
Okay, maybe knight G3. And just take. But then like...
Yeah, e5. Yeah, but with this check you can take back here.
You can. You have 97. Yeah, 97 always, yeah. It's not as dangerous. But I don't like the general idea. I like so like.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like
Knight d3.
because in this game, like, space advantage. D6. We can also go like maybe a6 bishop a7, yeah, later.
Yeah, we can go maybe d6. D6 bishop a7.
D6 we also like
How does it happen? Like f4, like,
F4 is very
and let's say if we are like, and we something. No, I mean, okay, then e4 d4, yeah. No, I mean like just to make maybe d6 e5 and then b6 because yeah, here e4 d4 the problem.
to get this guy out.
Yeah, okay, we had to meet it. So f5, what was the problem in bishop d4?
Gentlemen, 2 minutes to the start of round number 8.
That looks no, e6 looks alright now.
Yeah, but here it's not c6.
But this will be kind of okay. Yeah,
Let's say one question. 4, 6 d4, just in case.
d5 now.
No, but d5, the problem is that
g3.
and 3 and okay, 5
But
is like
you're
jumping down and then e4 is coming next.
So
turn.
knight d6.
I think this is not good, yeah.
Take and
There is a check. There is a check.
Take
Check. Look at 3.
No,
Then bishop
take,
d5.
yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, but then actually what was wrong with starting with
just like this and c4.
Sorry, the g4 moved to d10.
Maybe. Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Alright guys, so it does look like players are taking their seats, and here you can see a view of both players with the starting position on the screen. This one looks more like Fischer Random, and we have the moves f4, f6. In the previous game we had c4, c6, now we just went to the other side of the board. Interesting that at least it's not a mirror. Or maybe I spoke too soon. Yes, so d4, d5. It's all about whether white is in time to play e4 or not. If e4 is a good move in this position, that could be a large advantage after the trades. So my dream would be to go e4. Okay, knight d6. Can I just play knight g3 and then e4? I want that. On the other hand, black is also ready to play e5, so that needs to be taken into consideration. So for this reason, f5. f5 with idea that e5 there is en passant. But as you can see by the eval, Stockfish doesn't like it. And it was played very quickly. Pretty quick decision. I've noticed that players do slow down in the opening quite a bit. But f5, it was quick and committal. We'll see if it ends up being good or bad. But Maxim, pretty dangerous opponent. Doing very well in this tournament. Well, he just lost previous round, so I take that back. He was doing very well in the tournament before the last round. Now, still, he's comfortable in the lead. Will probably make it to the day 2 without much problems, but Fabi needs to not lose. Fabi needs to make at least a draw in this game for sure. Otherwise, it becomes pretty dangerous whether he can finish in top 8. So if you're just tuning in and don't know the format, you gotta be into the top 8 players. So just to see very quickly what I mean, here we have the results. I think you can see it on the screen when I scroll for a bit. Magnus is first place, Jan, Abdusatoro, Verigaisi, and Fabiano just half a point ahead, above the bubble. If the bubble bursts, that's a difficult word, it can be very dangerous to get caught by this pack of players with 2.5. So important game ahead. Let's go back to the position. So we do have it on the screen, and some developments. F5 was answered by E6, knight to G4. Excuse me, just preparing to recapture with a pawn, and E6, knight G3. Are we gonna see E5? E6, E5 played into moves simply to avoid the en passant. Not sure en passant would have been played, but E5 would be pretty scary. On the other hand, can I just say that if you go E5, well, perhaps it's an appropriate moment to blast open the position with E4. I think maybe that's why Maxim just played bishop to c7, which I will let you guys guess what is he preparing. Why was bishop c7 played? He's preparing a funny move. Bishop c7. If you guys don't know the rules in freestyle chess, I think we're about to see king c8, rook goes to d8. So if you put king on top of the rook, then you will long castle. I think that's what Maxim is preparing, and there we see it on the board. I mean, it was pretty obvious. Only reason why bishop c7 happens. But yeah, do we have low volume? You mean of myself or of the players? There is no volume from the playing venue. But I think the sound should be fine. I checked a little bit the recording. Okay, bishop c2. So Fabi taking notes. Not literally, but preparing to castle. I'm really afraid of e5. e5 is a move that bothers me. However, we have to take into account the drawback of long castle as a move, because suddenly the pawn on a7 is no longer defended. So be aware of that bishop that is just waiting to snipe something. If you play e5, de opens up the bishop path, although b6 may still trap it. So not entirely sure. You can't go e5. I would probably go e5 and blunder that pawn, but might be one of those lucky blunders. e5. Also, taking isn't a bad strategic idea in my opinion. Maxim likes to keep options because if you could make some use of the e4 square, trading, then perhaps knight g5, knight e4, black would love to install a bind on that square. Can you install a bind on a square? He would love to get a knight onto that square. So e4 has potential to be weak, which is why it would be amazing to make this push work. It would be probably be trading off the only potential weakness. But knight c5, reminding that black also needs to be careful. I think we might see knight g5, although that can be met with h4. So perhaps we will see pawn capture and then a knight move to g5. If h4, looks like black is in time to go knight e4. And after all these trades, I don't know what's happening. It's material equality, but after all the trades, it's a mess. Predicting takes and knight g5. Let's see. Knight g5 right away feels fishy because after h4, knight e4, your queen is not connected to the e4 square. So I would throw in this move, get my queen activation, and then I would move the knight. Oh no, he goes for it right away. He doesn't care. Maxim is unbothered. Maxim is a chill guy. I actually took a short interview of Maxim once. If you guys have watched the C-Squared short with Maxim, I was the one asking the dumb questions, so I can confirm. In real life, he is a chill guy. On the chessboard, he's got a pretty energetic style. He's pretty chill, but not the chillest guy ever. I think that is a fine category. Okay, so pawn takes. We had seen the trade. Now, do you go knight e4 or do you start with b6? b6 is the kind of move that you would consider immediately as black, trying to pretty much get rid of the only white piece that is placed in this half of the board. So if you're a beginner, you should considering moves like b6 automatically. Because if you don't get rid of such pieces ASAP from your half, then they start kind of multiplying. So you wanna address the problem as quickly as possible. There is one major drawback, however. If you do go for b6, the knight can be used to arrest the dark square bishop. And okay, b6 on the board, knight e6 will for sure be played, hunting that bishop. We see a question mark from chess.com. Knight a6 on the board, but knight h3 says, okay, you take my dark square bishop, I'm gonna take yours. Which one is more important? Honestly, I don't know. What I do know is that chess.com gives this question mark. I also do know that chess.com question marks a lot of the time don't make sense. It is what it is. It is just how they go. Can I maybe do something to the layout? You could barely see Maxim entering Fabiano's frame sometimes, which is bothering me. Okay, I will do some small adjustment on the fly. So just give me a moment. I will do this move. Do that. Bang. Okay, this is good. All right, knight h3. What is going on? I see the eval bar, but I am not following engine moves. So I take full accountability for the stupidness of my suggestions. But rook f3 preparing. Oh, preparing bishop e3. Or, we don't really have an infiltration. He's just preparing bishop e3, queen f1. So knight takes, I believe, will happen. Although rerouting to e4 is possible. Doesn't seem to be the case. I'm betting 80% on knight g1 and 20% on knight g5. Can I have multiple guesses? Is this like a roulette game? Just roulette. Freestyle roulette. I don't know. Just wow, g5. See, this is why it's not good to play roulette. Who would have guessed g5? Wow, g5. Crazy move, but it's a good move if white is not able to en passant. Why is en passant not great? Takes. Yeah, the problem with takes is that black is getting better control over the center. He would be able to then push f5, which would be getting more control over the e4 square, which will ultimately help black, perhaps not even trade, but he has the idea of then rerouting the knight, then playing knight e4 while having the f5 control. Wow, really deep concept here by Maxime. Maxime is cooking here. I'm not liking this. Stockfish is evaluating this as equal, but I kind of like Maxime's position more. I have to say, the position of the black king does feel a little bit odd, as in normally you have pawn on b7, king on b8, but as long as you're not attacking, then this doesn't really matter. So the reason why I tend to like this more is because we have an obvious plan. f5, knight g5, knight e4. It is somewhat risky. Okay, we do have light square bishop, so putting pawns on the same color as our bishop is risky strategically, but yeah, I mean, if I put a knight on e4, it's difficult to lose a game of chess. Maybe it's just as simple as that. But rook e3. Rook e3, a move that is attacking the queen. Preparing queen f1 next, I have a feeling. Although, yeah, I think it's something with trying to target g6. So probably queen f7 has to be played, keeping an eye on g6, and then Fabi is looking for a way to attack that, which I cannot see immediately. So rook e3, queen f7, queen f1 I think he wants to do, but then I don't see what on knight g5. Knight g5 he wants to do h4. And Fabi's point is that you're not in time to play knight e4 anymore. I think that is the idea. I think rook e3 specifically meant against not allowing black to get an easy bind with his moves. So I think any human would try to play queen f7 and defend g6, and then the point is queen f1. So I'm just trying to make you trade so that you're not in time to go knight g5, knight e4. Come on, guys, stop not liking rook e3 because you see a question mark. These judgments are just way... what is this? Too superficial. Ah, look at this. Do you like rook e3 now? Such a nice move. As easy as that was to convince you. Now rook e3 is a brilliant idea from a human perspective. It will go queen f1, knight g5, h4 is problematic. So, see? Black didn't find the best move. Come on guys, chess is easy. Why is not knight e4 possible in that position? I was thinking it's losing a pawn after knight takes, bishop takes, pawn takes, rook takes, but then Maxime was looking for queen a2. So it's actually a bad move for this very smart knight f5. Knight f5, now point is after knight takes on g1, there will be knight takes on d6 intermezzo, which if you were trying to do something like this here, knight f5, knight g1, knight e6, problem is black could have taken rook with a tempo, take enemy queen, he takes mine. Oh, never mind, that's with a check. I'm just spitting nonsense, but I am trying my best, okay? Knight f5 takes, rook takes on h3. Actually, Fabi is better. Wow, Fabi is turning this around. Wait, what happened? Nothing happened, Chris. We're having a blast here. Chris, our producer from the chat. Fabi is outplaying Maxime. That's what happened. Something happened. I think Fabi is out of danger. The only danger for Fabi in this game is if a battery is getting set up, and then this can look scary. But I mean, rook d3, easy way to stop. So queen h4, stopping bishop h7 while looking to pick up the pawn. Yeah, the only danger that there is, like we've seen previously in the game between Magnus and Vincent, we have opposite colored bishops. So even with an extra pawn, it's gonna be a draw in the endgame, which still there will be some time until we reach the endgame. Maxime doesn't have an easy way to trade queens, I would say, by the looks of it. I wouldn't say this looks so drawish. If you look at it with the computer, it may give you a false sense of security. Because also black can get in trouble, like... I don't really see a realistic way, but there is an outside passer. There is a bishop that can go on to h2. And maybe somehow by miracle one day you could hope for a rook lift across the third rank question mark. That is a bit wishful thinking, but there are ideas, okay? This is definitely more complicated than the Magnus game we've seen previously. Position looks very balanced. It looks balanced if you forget that this is an extra pawn. It's also an outside passer. So, important to do the pawn count. Rook to g3, so simple improving move, stopping the queen from getting into the battery, and that's about it. Expecting Maxime to... I was about to say try out rook e8, rook e4. If I would be Maxime, I would be trying to play that probably. Oof, tough to come up with a constructive plan as white. Rook e8. I'm doing a fairly decent job guessing the moves in these games. You guys have to give me that. I'm not looking at it with a computer, and I think I was able to guess at least 20% of the moves. This is a new record on the stream. Here we got rook trade. Probably taking with the rook, taking with the queen, allowing this pawn to hang. That may be possible. Queen f6, there is queen e2, which I guess you don't want to see. So taking with the queen would be interesting to have pressure on e2. Safe move rook g8. Maybe more interesting take with the queen, but yes, he goes for the safe play. Bishop g3. Bishop g3. So what's the point on queen g6? Okay, queen g6, you can just go in, but then king a6. No more checks. Uh-oh. No more checks, but rook d3. Whose king is weaker? A rook d3 with c4 idea, and then rook a3. Uh-oh, you cannot go queen g6. I think queen g6 is a bad move. You just have to wait now as black. How do you wait? Maybe like rook e8. Rook e8 you play. Rook e8 and then rook f1, rook e6 protecting the pawn. Oh wow, queen g6, so he goes for it. Now, check. Rook d3, check. Is that just a repetition? Maybe it's just a repetition. Maybe it just looks like a repetition. We don't have to check. By the way, rook d3 is possible. I was looking at queen c7 first, but queen c7 feels the way. Rook d3, bit passive for my taste, but I am the kind of player who would easily overextend here and lose for no reason. Do we see the cameras of the players? Yes, we do see the cameras. I'll give you guys, now that we have peak viewership on the stream, 80 viewers. Welcome everybody. I'll give you a long shot with the players. You deserve it. Yeah, you're doing a great job, guys. Can we hit 100 viewers? That would be nice. For freestyle chess. Here are the players in full view with their colorful jackets and secret lap chairs. Rook to d3 by Fabi. What is the iPad there for? Good question. I haven't seen the iPad. Perhaps the iPad is there just so they can adjust the pieces in the beginning. Although, yeah, reasons are unclear. Rook d3 going for the safe play. The players are about to enter a time scramble. Maxim close to enter the last minute. With Fabi a little bit above 2 minutes. a5 played, apparently a mistake. Apparently a mistake. I cannot comprehend why. So Maxim still inviting this queen c7, queen takes on c6, but Fabi needs to calculate this very well. He doesn't really afford losing this game. If something goes wrong, Fabi is in a real danger of not making the top 8. Why was a5 such a bad move? Is it simply because of a4? Can I go a4 and try to set up a bit of a pawn star myself? Or should I just go b4 right away? I see you guys are pointing out in the chat that the tablets are there to see the move count. That is precious information. Appreciate you guys are paying attention to the stream and trying to be useful. King d2, what was the best move? Apparently b4 was a good opportunity that was missed. But as I said, maybe Maxim is trying to be as aggressive as possible here, knowing that Fabi needs to play safe. I don't think it's the case. I think he's just trying to play the best moves, but it's an uncomfortable situation for Fabi. Maxim is very comfortable in the tournament. Rook e3, the players are entering the last minute. Officially. Maxim well below that, but he kind of has the draw in the pocket because Queen c2, Queen c1 forces a trade of everything. And we might actually see that on the board. Yes, there we have it. Trade of everything, extra pawn for Fabi, but opposite color bishop endgame means you're not gonna make progress here. Bishop h4 will be played, targeting the pawn, forcing this f5 move. Is this such an easy draw? I feel like f5 I could easily lose this position. I think Fabi is gonna win this. I think Fabi is winning. What? What is happening? Why did Maxim go for this? I don't get it anymore. I feel like he would be able to get an easily drawn endgame, not a losing one. This is not what we signed up for with that trade. No, these are the pawns that I was mentioning in the previous round. 2 extra pawns separated by 2 files. This should be a book win. That is a bit of a categoric statement. This increases the chances for a win. You can think of it that way. The book win part, I wouldn't go this far. But if you have the pawn split by 2 files, your chances are increasing. I'll give you that. We need this win, that is correct. If Fabi manages to win this game, he will be pretty comfortable in the leading pack. I mean, as in the guys that can qualify. There is plenty of room to catch the leaders, but interesting decision to be made. Why is Fabi thinking for so long? I think King f4 looks like a mandatory move, just activating the king. He's probably debating whether to play a3 or not, because black has the possibility of sacrificing and then going bishop b1. So probably Fabi will start with a3. a3 is the more like the move that feels right, let's say. I'll probably play a3 in this position myself. Okay, king f4, so allowing a3, saying I don't care about it, which is the reason why I am not as good as Fabi. I would have played a3. I don't think Maxim will actually do it. It was just I just suggested a3 because Fabi made me overthink it. I said king f4 should be the best move, played instantly. He was not playing it, and that made me hesitate. Okay, h4. Pushing the pawn all the way to h6. Now, can we make progress? How do you make progress? I'm afraid we cannot make progress. So I have a feeling Fabi might have to bring the king to d2, break with c4, bring the king to b4, play king c5, try to win the pawn on c6. I don't see another winning idea. Alternatively, if you take with the b pawn, I will try to get my king to b4 and win a4, and I will have another passer. I'll have a and e pawns. So he's maneuvering the bishop. That is very interesting. c4 has to be the break. Happening right now on the board. Takes. You cannot take with a d pawn because e4 I get two central pawns and I'm going to be pushing d5 with ease. Maybe not. bc feels like the human move. Probably the bad move, however, because then I can just come over. But dc e4, it's all a question of can I ever get to push d5? This bishop maneuver was very strong by Fabi. He clearly knows what he's doing. I'm not super familiar with this endgame. I'm just freestyling here with the suggestions, but... Okay, so he's about to get bishop on c5, brings the king, Bishop c2 will happen. Does he want to play e4 to sacrifice? I think that's the idea. So that bishop takes on e4, king takes on a4, and you cannot take with the pawn because h7. So this is what he's doing. He's doing bishop c5, brings the king, bishop c2, and then e4 he wants to play. e4, deflecting the bishop that way. This is highly instructive. Okay, now he has to bring bishop to f8 to keep the pawn protected whenever he gets attacked. Okay. This is such a nice endgame. King g5, bishop f8, black is waiting, king comes to b4, bishop c2, e4 finishes the game. That is the money move. Let's see. Okay, actually, black king needs to stay close to this pawn. If you try to be a bit too aggressive, I mean, I will take c6. Wow. Fabi maneuvered this endgame instantly. Quite impressive. So puts bishop on g7. Maxim knows what was about to happen, so tries to complicate it with c3, but c4 again will happen. Yes, he will break with c4, I think. He will do it again. c4 and then bring the king. Oh no, king f4. Ah, so he's rerouting to c4 takes and then e4. But is this enough to get the d5 push? Okay, this is clearly... Fabi knows every move that needs to be played in this game. It's clear by the technique and the speed with which he's executing the moves. But personally, I don't see it yet. It's not so obvious for me. Okay, c4 now. I wouldn't really care about this bar. I think Fabi knows what he's doing. So e4, king e6. It's all a matter of how do you get in d5 push? Oh, I think I know. I think you just play bishop c3, d5, takes, and then e5. And you have one of those positions where your bishop is stopping enemy pawns, while you can easily put bishop on d4. So yeah, I think this is the construction. You play d5, takes, e5, put bishop on d4, try to get the king around, win a4, and then it's even pawns, but I'm gonna win a4. I think that's the maneuver. Now I'm finally starting to see it after 100 years. Okay, So d5, yeah, no, this I think computer doesn't like, but it feels very human. What is the problem? To me, this feels completely winning for white. Come on, what is this? Somebody needs to teach Stockfish endgames. This looks winning. What's the problem? Ah, this is the problem. Oh my god, we cannot win the a4 pawn. No. What was the technique? Fabi couldn't remember it. Or I mean, not in time. I felt king b5 was a zugzwang, but no. Oh boy. Let's go to their cameras. Fabi is clearly disappointed. Wow. Lucky escape for Maxime, but still quite an okay result for Fabi going into the following rounds. Yeah, it looks like they are about to repeat. We have to go back and see the winning technique. Still not obvious for me what it was. Oh, I think I'm starting to get it. So maybe part of the problem, if you are trying to play this position, is that black can always sacrifice the bishop for the e6 pawn, and then we're gonna be stuck with pawn promoting on opposite color of our bishop, which makes it a theoretical draw. It wasn't sacrificing 2 pawns for no reason. This is the technique to make progress. He simply mistimed it somehow. It's not obvious to me how we were supposed to play it. But this is how the endgame goes. I'm just gonna make some random stockfish moves. They're probably not gonna make sense, but bear with me. So bishop c3, bishop h7. Do we have table base here? I'm not sure we have table base. Yeah, I mean, this engine just says +4, but doesn't suggest a way to win it. Maybe it's not one. I mean, it has to be one, but just how? Do we have any endgame experts in the chat? We need some expertise. Where is Christian when you need him? Now that we have interesting endgame discussion, he's chickening away. He's always there to complain about not having a camera, but when we need his GM endgame knowledge, there is nowhere to be found. I don't know what to tell you guys. We just need to switch to another game. Do we have any games in progress? We have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, this was the last game. We're gonna search for players and... Why do we even have this confessional booth? Nobody is making any confessions yet. Or maybe this is for later in the tournament. That's probably why. All right, guys. So we are going to have Fabi against Pragnananda. So far, I'm just gonna give you a quick look on the results after this round, and I think now it's a good time to take a short break until we're drawing the next position, and we'll have the next round. Good chance for Fabi to have secured the qualification. Gukesh catching up after picking up 2 consecutive wins. So Fabi facing Prague, who just drew Hikaru. Will be interesting match. So can I leave you with the gimbal until we will be right back? Or do you guys just wanna stay here? I will let you with the F4 D5 position for the break. Nah, just kidding. We're gonna go to the gimbal. Okay, commentary resumes in roughly 10 minutes. Wait, do we have confessional booth? No, Magnus is giving interviews somewhere else. I don't have Magnus on my camera. That's a pity.
Schön. Nee, ich wollte nur fragen, ob ich die Zeitung kurz zeigen kann. Ob ich dir dann hier hinlegen kann. Weil erst der ziehen kommt, ist das älteste französische Magazin. Er kennt hier jeder, ne? Ich zeige das auch in meinem Video.
Ja, genau. Ich könnte den ja auch. Dann muss ich halt aus dem Bild rausnehmen. Jo. Ja.
So? Ja.
Zeig gerne das jetzt. Wir warten noch auf die Spiele. Ja, geht's ganz gut. Ein paar kommen schon rein. Es sind 4 Spieler da.
Okay, so I actually listened a bit to the stream and there is double sound here. So let me just fix that real quick. So it's probably coming from the players. Can I just mute that somehow? You guys didn't tell me there was a weird sound. I was counting on you, but nobody told me. I'm just a simple streamer. What can I know? So should I perhaps need to go into properties? No, I should add a filter and mute the source. That's probably the move. So go to like filter, add filter, gain, and I will add a negative gain. Okay. I will do the same for the other one. Properties. Ooh. No, not here. I need to go to filter, edit filters, add a gain, and make it negative. Okay, I think now there should be no annoying noise with the players. So Actually, the problem was that it was a double sound. So I will let you guys vote. Do you want no sound from the players, or you want to hear the sound of the guys pressing the clocks? I even give you options. Problem was that so far we had the sound doubled from their playing venue. Okay, I think we can try to go without. We will rely on sound when we're using the gimbal camera. Speaking of, there is always some action with the gimbal. Kind of interesting.
Welcome back. So after 8 rounds, we have a sole leader in Magnus Carlsen. Meanwhile, the fight for the top 8 places rages on. We are ready now for the next draw. And in order to help me, I would like to welcome France's first ever Grandmaster, as well as the owner of this magazine, Europe Échec, which I'm sure you all know. Please give him a warm round of applause, Bachar Quatfi.
667.
And you just told me that Robert Bechek is 66 years old, so that is a funny coincidence.
Yeah, 66.6, yeah.
66.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Bashar. The players will have 10 minutes to prepare. We're gonna listen in. Have fun.
G6 E4. But I mean, white kind of has to play G4, right?
What do you mean G4, G5? You can play no in the same way.
But at the end, there's probably a bishop H4, like knight C3, takes 6, and takes a bishop H4. Maybe not.
Looks interesting.
Yeah.
Knight looks coming to D5.
Yeah, yeah. That's perfect.
But isn't it the G4?
Knight C3, bishop H4. Ah, knight G6, yeah.
Okay, so
There's 93.
instead of bishop h4.
Maybe a bit faster. Maybe not a big deal. Bishop g6, bishop h4.
Okay.
Knight d5, knight
Knight b5, knight 6.
Is there no other one? Yeah, is there no other
c6. I mean, it's still a bit better for white now.
Can you go d5? Can you play d5? G6? Something like this? I don't know if it's any good.
Yeah, it's not impressive.
I mean, but probably, yeah, you have to go here, so otherwise e4. Even that one. Yeah, maybe that's okay too.
But scared of that structure though, because
That's maybe not so good.
But why don't we start with d5? Let's just see what his intentions are.
But one has to go g4, g3.
If we can't win on S7, then g3, attack on S7 twice, yeah. We're forcing like f6, but f6 kills our bishop forever.
Important to
He plays
consider
bishop 7, bishop e6.
because
Take and
you
go
can
g6, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, or maybe.
First,
Yeah.
Why do we need to take it? Yeah, like, I mean, we can take it later. No. If we white. No, like, I mean, seriously, like, so many, like, it's almost like,
Why are you h5?
but it's like, whatever, like, we'll be superior in the center. No? Okay, okay, maybe it's more important, no? Like d4, e4.
Okay, but maybe the problem is we have
d4, I don't know. We're like winning. But now this is like completely incorrect. It looks super good, yeah. Yeah, I mean, okay, it's better. Okay. Normally what if you reply before here? Yeah, we just sit up. It's
pleasant, but it's not.
Bishop shot maybe here.
Yeah. Yeah, because we have a problem with this knight.
Maybe 96 b4 with this
guy. Maybe even now though. Oh, now why not d4 after 96? Because we're continuing d5.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
So g5 is a problem once again, yeah? What do we do after g5? And then g4? Bishop h6.
That then.
G3 f6. Because
Hey, Chris, can you hear me?
I can indeed.
Okay, just give me a second. I will catch the Zoom. Bam, bam, bam. Zoom. Is this the one?
Let me know
Zoom
when we're
meeting.
live.
Yes, I think they might be able to hear you now.
Okay, okay.
I don't know why it's not letting me capture the Zoom thing. I think they can hear you. Can you guys hear him? Okay, you know what? I will just do the screen. I will give you the screen. Okay. Now they can hear and see you. What up, Chris?
They can. What's up, guys? What's up, chat? How's it going, Alex? How's the broadcast going? Everything looking good?
Yes, looking very good now. Now I think
Excellent.
we
Excellent.
figured out all the technical details.
Okay, so I won't keep you for long because the games are just about to start. But yeah, we're entering the final three. This is the big one. This is the big one. I think the next game is absolutely crucial. He's playing Prague. Prague is, I believe, only half a point behind him. Gukesh already on same points. So it's a big battle over for the first 8 spots, and yeah, the tension is rising. The tension is rising here in Paris, Alex.
I see. Was the end game winning? Can you share anything
Oh,
with us?
the end game was definitely winning, but I did get to chat a little bit with Fabi after the game. Obviously, he wasn't super happy about missing a couple of things, but in the end, you know, any positive result, any result that takes him closer to those top 8, as you know, the rounds are dwindling down towards the final round, any positive result is a good result in the end. But of course, it's important to get a couple of wins right now, or at least a win. If he can get a win from the next 3 games, if he can finish on +1 out of the next 3, I think he's going to be in the top 8, which is the only thing that matters right now. Right now, only top 8 matters.
Okay, Chris, I think the game just started, so we're gonna
Perfect.
go follow
Perfect.
and we'll
Cheers.
keep in touch on
Yeah,
WhatsApp.
and
Thank you for
and
joining.
thanks for covering the games, and thanks to all the chatters for being with us and stay with us. And yeah, the next 3 are going to be explosive. Cheers, guys, and talk to you soon.
Bye. Okay, guys, back to the Fabi cam. Now, as you can see, there is no more sound from the players, and we do have some moves. Very chaotic position. No idea what is going on. How the heck did we get here? F4. F4. So whenever something like this gets played, I'm looking whether it comes with a flat. D5. And then very explosive move, G5. Ooh, baby. Hello, pawn on B2. D4. Risky move strategically. Opening up enemy bishop while closing your own, but it comes with the argument that it's probably setting up a bishop trade while taking space, saying that my rook will be way more active than your rook. A4, A5, knight A3, bishop C6. I don't know how I'm feeling about this. It's double-edged. What bothers me is this G5, F5 pawn structure. Personally, I would probably prefer if pawn was on G6, other pawn was on F4. That would have been quite nice, I think. Now the pawn does feel a little overextended, but Stockfish Eval says things are balanced. So let's see. Bishop G3, activating. That bishop is a monster. That bishop is quite terrifying. I would be looking at a method to shut it down, which could be by trading knight c6 with bishop e5, or by trading knight c6 with pawn to e5. Problem is I'm gonna be somewhat vulnerable on the light squares. Knight to d7, a reasonable move. Knight to d7, and a potential long-term plan in this position could be something like e5, trying to restrict this guy. f6, and the bishop slowly maneuvers. I can get the bishop on this diagonal. So what's actually a pretty interesting feature about this position is that it reminds me of the Maroczy bind. So if you see pawn on e5, pawn on f6, it will give you the feeling that this bishop is a terrible guy. But you do have a space advantage. You have a lot of space. So if you maneuver this bishop to c5, yet again, it looks like the bishop is bad, but that is a bit of an illusion because the extra space just makes your pieces feel way more comfortable. So a nice saying that really stuck with me is that it's the bad bishop that protects the good pawns. So that it's probably not gonna be a bad bishop unless you somehow trade all the pieces and white gets a situation with a knight against a restricted bishop. But okay, we're not gonna have that because knight b5 comes with a concrete threat, and Fabi instantly plays bishop e5. Wow, is that a pawn sacrifice? I guess not, because if you do go ahead and take it, well, you cannot pick up d4 because bishop h1 and then the knight will remain undefended. The rook will be able to capture. So takes, bishop takes, knight takes on c6. If you try to remove that problem, black will get knight development for free, reinforcing the pawn on d4. So bishop e5, strong move by Fabi, and completely demolishing my rant about the bad bishop that's protecting the good pawns. But I have to tell you guys something that I'm thinking about more and more often these days. Oh man, the Maroczy bind. This is where it's at. You learn to play the Maroczy bind. Such a powerful tool. Being able to squeeze your opponents with the Maroczy. It's such an effective structure. You can play it multiple openings as white. Not so often as an e4 player, but if you like to go for those more positional kind of games like English opening or Reti d4, you can get it plenty. And you can also get it with reversed colors with the black pieces. So unless your opponent plays e4, which at the higher levels it's less often nowadays, you have a good chance to get a Maroczy bind. So good structure to learn if you are someone above 1800 feet, I would say. Okay. Maybe now that you know what I think about the Marazzi bind, time to try to understand something out of this position. Queen g7, classy move, trying to reinforce control over the dark squares. I gotta say, Prague is going somewhere with that rook. Where is Prague trying to go with that rook? Did he castle already? Oh no, the kings were already castled. So queen to g7. Pay attention to this move. Because Fabi can play the move king captures d8, teleporting to short castle. Oh my. Except bishop e5, knight e5, knight c7 could be a blunder. But it would be a very stylish one. Yes, Fabi is probably not going to short castle. But short castle is a legal move, so if you've spotted that, I know for a fact your strength is at least above 1500. I'll give you that. If you were able to spot this advanced pattern, I know you're pretty good. I know you have a little chess addiction going on. Because these things are very easy to miss even as a title player. So, well done. Okay, c3. How should we react on a move like c3? Do we just say, okay, c3, let me trade, play knight c6, just get a development in? Or, okay, question is for how long are we going to ignore this bad boy on b5? Because whenever we try to do the short castle thing, somebody's knocking at this c7 door. That makes me uncomfortable. Let's take a quick look at the players. Here we see them in full frame. Here we have the players. Fabi was about to make a move. Pawn to d3. Pawn to d3. Apparently a great move, not one that I've considered. I'm ashamed to not have considered this move. What is he cooking? So pawn takes. What is the justification? It has to be bishop takes on h1, queen takes on h1, bishop takes on g3, knight takes on g3, and then knight e5, attacking g4, attacking d3. This is what we're gonna see. Trade bishop takes on g3 with knight e5 double attack. Fabi is doing well. I think that's the line he's going for. Oh, never mind. c6 was a critical intermezzo that is apparently almost trapping the knight. Wow, c6 was a very smart move. Kind of answering the questions I was asking earlier. It felt like this knight is a problem. Might as well get rid of it. c6 is meant to do exactly that. Bishop takes on e5. Oh no, d4. Sacrificing a piece? Prague has to go for it. I mean, just the tournament situation, Prague has to play for a win. He's taking a massive risk with that move, but takes. We capture the knight and then we bail out with short castle. I don't see it. This is really confusing. I mean, capture is the only move. What do you guys think? We do see the trade. The knight cannot run away. You don't have to rush with taking, but it is a natural move. And Prague is having 2 pawns for the piece. I don't understand why the computer is so happy about white's compensation. It's probably because black is having a hard time finding good square for his pieces, which it is perhaps true. And it is also true that white is about to play this pawn to b4 move and the king may be vulnerable. So b4 is a very safe move to play because despite the fact that our king looks to be endangered while playing such move, remember that white still always has the possibility of playing king captures d1, teleporting the king and the rook to f1, and the queen is actually perfectly placed in targeting the enemy king. While black doesn't have the same stability, because if you ever try to bail out, teleporting your pieces to those squares, then the pawn on b7 remains undefended, which will leave you in a very sticky situation dealing with this horde of 3 connected passers. I like the piece sacrifice for white. I think it was a good practical decision. I feel like it's easier to play as white with b4 on the card, but maybe b4 is not on the cards. Maybe I'm just spitting nonsense about the position. Could very much be the case. Rook e1. What to do with this king? Just stay there. If you answer b4 with a4, I was thinking it makes the pawn long-term weakness as it cannot be protected by other pawns. So in the long run, this pawn is somewhat safe because you always have b6. I mean, not immediately, but in most endgames, b6 will be a nice move. Both protecting, both stopping any advance. Knight d7. I was thinking about a funny move, like just going all in, play rook e5. But of course you cannot do it now because takes, knight d5 will be enabled. Unless if rook e5, takes, I don't have knight d5. If white is able to get 4 connected pawns in the center, might have compensation for the rook. Rook e5 I would like to play, but yeah, it's probably not how chess works. Also, what is the point? So rook takes e7, knight takes on g4 was there. So Prague goes for the defensive move. Now, is Fabi in time to sacrifice? Maybe h5 is completely unnecessary, but I would look for a positional sacrifice, trying to mess up the pawns. Maybe proper time to castle short as queen b7, rook fb8. Looks like we are getting activity. Very hard to say. It's also not easy to bring the black queen in the game, which is a problem. Black queen, however, still has some potential. Queen h6, queen h3, so pressuring h2, pressuring g4. Otherwise, you're not gonna make it out through this pawn chain. I don't have engine moves, but from a human perspective, castling short now feels to be the tempo move. Coordinating the pieces feels mandatory because rook e7, at least maybe we can try to go rook e8 with a trade. And I know I'm sacrificing a lot of material, but I'm banking on the fact that Rook on a3 is difficult to bring into the game. And if you go fishing with the queen, maybe queen h6, queen h2 ideas, and also the knight on g3 is not very safe. Tricky. Let's check in with the boys. Okay, we have what I predicted. Castle, rook takes on e7 on the board, and I was predicting some rook onto e8. So the problem is if you go queen h6, queen h3, I feel like the rook is just in time to give white enough safety. So for this reason, I'd like to swap. And once you swap, then the absence of enemy rook from the game is more felt, I would imagine. And I really love the fact that black's knights are coordinating perfectly. Oh, wow. B6. Mistake. Let's check in with Stockfish. Huh. So rook e8, my move was worse than what he played. Apparently, rook d8 would have been the best with a point of playing queen f8. Yeah. I don't know, bro. I don't know about that. b6. b6 a safe move, however, in the long run, because not only it gives safety to your pawns, but it's also stopping any long-term expansion. The only problem with b6 is that it's losing a little bit of time, so white might have ideas to bring the rook. This is probably a route. But queen c6, rook c8, queen d6, good move. Okay, this is a bit annoying. We gotta watch out for rook takes on d7. Rook takes d7 is a major threat, so probably rook d8 has to be played. Rook d8, and then how does white continue? Rook d8 maybe has a knight c5 threat. Rook d8, maybe king c2, preparing rook a1, rook e1. Activating. I don't see other move for black here. He uses rook cd8. Oh, very nice. So rook cd8, keeping idea to swap the rook. Very clever. Now, how about king c2, rook e8, rook a1, takes, rook e8, queen d6, queen h6. Maybe knight h5, annoying in that position. King c2 played. This is what I would have done myself, but apparently a mistake. So king c2 is very natural just because you want to bring the other rook. How can Fabi take the initiative? There's a strong move. Is there a tactic we're missing? You know, always the answer is yes. You don't have to answer that one. Vamos, Fabi. Yes, let's go. Rook e8. Why aren't my moves updating in real time? Rook e8. We'll see rook a1. This is what I predicted. Trade. There's going to be an interesting decision in that position. Do you play queen f8? Are we happy with a queen trade? I think the answer is yes. If we manage to trade queens, then black would have technically winning endgame question mark. So we see a trade. Trade with the idea of keeping more flexibility to answer. Oh, wow. Knight takes on e8. I was thinking rook takes with queen f8, but he takes with a knight. Just getting rid of this annoying piece right away. The game is starting to go into Fabi's favor. I mean, you do have the extra piece. Somehow the computer thinks this is completely equal, which for me it's very difficult to understand why, because I don't see a clear plan for white. The only clear plan would be to march the pawns down the board, but whenever you do so, the king is gonna get exposed most likely, so I would probably evaluate this position to be like a -1 for black. Just because naturally you're always in control. Okay, queen e7, apparently a miss. We're not gonna investigate that. Also, I don't know why the moves are not being played automatically, so I just refreshed. Now maybe we get them in real time. Okay, there we have them in real time. So queen to f3, covering the pawn. The rook can be improved. How do we improve the rook? Maybe rook e8. Also, he wants to play perhaps rook c7. So queen d6, stopping rook c7. If rook c6, queen f4 is knocking at the door of pawn on g4. I think Fabi is going to win this. Fabi is looking good. Let's go to the player board. Let's watch them closely as the time scramble is about to begin. And I think Fabi is getting more and more confident with the extra piece. I think Prague went for a very interesting sacrifice, but somehow his compensation never started snowballing. So now we get to see the reverse side of the coin. Wait, is this 95 moment? Can 95 be played? 95. Is this a move? I think he's looking at it. He's not playing it. What am I missing? 95, maybe he was getting too much material. He just went for the safe option instead. Queen to c4. h5, h4, get the simple win. Yeah, I think 95 was perhaps winning material. But he would have made things really messy. So Fabi goes for the simple transition. And h4, about to pick up the third pawn. His pawns are close to queening, and white still has the same issue he had the whole game. The rook cannot find a job. The white rook has been unemployed for too long. Just too much. Queen f4, preparing g4, g3, g2. Queen e2. Yeah, wow, rook e8, nice move. Getting a bit of extra activity, and after knight e3, probably a knight trade is incoming. I was thinking knight d5, but maybe it's unnecessary calculation. g4, pawn to g3, queen to f2 should do the job as well. Okay. Queen c4. You gotta be careful not to move the knight, because that would enable rook g6 check, exploiting the pin. Just really crazy how the white rook cannot join. The best thing you can do is go for a trade, but that's not gonna help the situation. And rook c7. Can you go rook e3, queen takes g2? That would be pretty. Can you do it? Go for it, Fabi. Play with 2 extra knights. It's very unnecessary. It's probably a bad move. Wait, he did knight c5. Okay, the other move was way too spectacular. Wasn't a good move. He's got the extra rook. Queen e5, protecting the knight. No perpetual after that move. Check, probably run towards the center. You could also go in the corner and play knight h7. That's also safe. Probably safest is to stay in the corner, put a knight on h7, rook on g8, and sacrifice the queen for the knight and then play g2, but he can also do it this way. So plan is to stay king e7, rook g8, and then g2. Perhaps same idea to sacrifice. Okay, queen e4. Maybe on the board. Now g2 is a big threat. Who is white? Fabi is with the black pieces. We're always watching from Fabi's perspective. G2 and probably resignation now. The chairs are their colors. Huh, very nice detail. I didn't know that. Thank you for pointing it out. Queen d5, queen d6 about to happen. Oh, just king back with queen g7 instead. So if check, this seems to be the idea. Oh, actually, nah, that's not gonna be the idea. He just goes king g7. I was just suggesting nonsense moves. Okay, knight g4, rook e3, or queen e4 even. If check king g8, you can give up the knight because then your pieces are activating. Trade c5. Yeah, I get what he's trying to do, but b6, cd4 still probably not gonna be enough. Knight takes king c4 and probably knight b7 for no, knight b7 for losing the game. What am I saying? You just need to play knight e4. It's very easy to sacrifice pieces when it's not your game. Knight a4 even nicer. Play for the blockade. This has potential to be tricky. I would certainly mess up this conversion during my blitz games, but king e7, very classy move, sacrificing the knight and then you're in Zugzwang. You'll never push b6 because the pawn drops and black has easy method to collect. King e7, very strong move. Now that forces resignation. We're almost 100 again. Almost back at peak viewership. Very nice to have you guys. If you're just tuning in, Fabi scores a massive win. Very big win. Almost securing him qualification. We have 2 more rounds today. And with that, I think he needs one more draw, and that will mathematically qualify him. I mean, what am I to say? Let's check the standings. Let's see if we have other games in progress first. Okay, we have Richard Rapport against Magnus Carlsen. Let's watch this. So going over here, and let me do this. Oh, which one was it? This is the position. Magnus with the black pieces. Look at these real-time arrangements. I should be promoted to professional streamer title. So Fabi just won with the black pieces, and now Magnus is about to win with the black pieces. I'm wondering if that is going to be a pattern in this round, where the black side had an easier game. Okay, so what is going on? White is having no threat. Looks like 97 can be played. The question is, are we gonna see a bishop knight checkmate? Do you think Magnus knows how to mate with knight and bishop? Oh, wait a second, 95. How is this a draw? The draw was missed. What? Was that h7? Oh no. Maybe he had bishop f8, bishop g7. Yes, that was the idea. Damn. Wow. Magnus messed up the win, but then Richie missed it. Now he's in control again. He's stopping White's only idea to trade the bishop. Bishop b2. As long as there is no such thing, I'm gonna pick up this pawn. Then it's gonna be easy. Yeah, I think now we can go full camera to see their final reaction. Magnus on a hot streak. Drew against Keimer. And pretty much won all the games today. We can see he is about to collect the pawn on h7, preparing king to g6. We might see resignation now after the pawn gets picked up, or no? Oh, bishop c3, stalemate trick. Bishop g7, now no stalemate, so bishop c3 was a nice nice one. Here, if you take, I actually didn't realize it was possible to set it up, but yeah, bishop g7, of course. Was it only winning move, bishop g7? No, it's not only winning move, but nice touch. So whenever you move the bishop, we're gonna keep doing the same. Okay, any more games in progress? No, that was the last one. So standings currently after the round, we you can see them here. Magnus top place, followed very closely by Nepo. Nepo is also doing really well, having won 3 games in a row and facing Magnus in the next round. That is gonna be a clash that well, not gonna decide the tournament, but will pretty much give us somewhat of a clear leader in after the first days. On the bright side, huge news. Fabi is moving 1 point ahead in front of Gukesh. So I think with a draw in the next round against Vidit, who's been having a really rough time, Fabi is securing the qualification. So very good place for Fabi. Fabi, Hikaru seem to secure their spots. It's gonna be mainly a battle about 8th place. So it's gonna be Gukesh and actually the most interesting game might take place between Kaimer and Pragnananda in the next round, as they will be in a direct fight and Prague has to go all out for a win after this painful loss against Fabiano in order to try to make it to the top 8. That will make it to the finals. So yeah, this is what we have for now. I will just let you guys with the gimbal, and I am going to take a quick break. We have no, what am I saying? We have 2 more rounds, not 1 more round. Yes, we have 2 more rounds. But I think my statement still remains clear. With a draw, Fabi almost secures the qualification. Be right back.
Les joueurs, ils seront tous là, tu seras là, ça. Peut-être de ce côté-là.
Tu m'appelles, c'est ça, mais c'est quand?
Dans... Raphaël, il arrive. Dans quelques minutes. Tu pourras plus... Là, tu peux...
Hallo, liebe Regie.
Tu peux venir avec moi comme ça, je demande vite fait. Puis quand je t'appelle, tu viens ici à côté de notre caméra, c'est ça. Donc pendant que toi tu montes sur scène, moi je vais derrière, puis ces côtés-là, je vais tirer.
Non, mais je vais arriver, comment tu fais?
Moi je retire ce niveau-là. Ah Laurent wollte den Tisch ziehen, nicht den...
Oh, lass das leben.
Der fliegt auf ein Papiertrikot. Tu touches bien, mais tu mets complètement.
I think it's too dangerous for you to make the drawing of yours. Make some extra efforts for us.
Yeah, it's not so complicated. Anyway, you wait until et tu mélanges. Tu peux l'enlever même, je pense. Et ça, je le fais. Tu mélanges sans regarder. Donc tu mélanges.
D'accord, sans regarder.
Ouais, sans regarder. Puis tu le sors. Moi, je suis à côté de toi. À ce moment-là, quand tu prends, là, tu laisses pas tout vers sa caméra. Puis je le prends.
D'accord.
Si tu veux, tu peux.
D'accord. Ah,
Tu dois montrer comme ça.
je me rapproche?
Non,
Non,
je reste. Et puis tu me la donnes. Puis tu me la donnes.
Super.
Ja. Jo.
Nee, das ist war vor 5 Minuten.
We will start in 1 minute, so if the players are already here, you can take your seats. Thank you. Je peux pas faire tout en paname. Welcome back. We have 2 rounds to go. The situation is very tense. Remember, only the top 8 will qualify to the quarterfinals. We are ready to draw the next position now, and for this one, we have a very special guest. He is a 2-time French champion. He was the second of Magnus Carlsen in every one of his matches, and of course, he was the winner of the 2012 Mind Games. Please give it up for Laurent Frestinet.
74.
How familiar are you with the positions, the starting positions?
No, I'm not Fabiano, I don't know.
Well, we're gonna take it back. The players will have 10 minutes as always. Thank you, Laurent. Back to you.
So you want to say like night, night, okay. Yes, exactly. Night.
Why is G4 so special if I play like G6 or something?
This doesn't feel very special.
Might get a bit dull in that case.
Usually, for F9 B3, how do you actually?
Ah, you want to go knight A5 or something? Or?
Knight C6.
You can just castle.
Also D4 is reasonable.
Very dull.
I mean D4 F5.
Yeah, D4 F5 also.
Also knight B6.
The queen on G1. Yeah, the queen on G1 feels somehow.
Yeah, maybe E4 then. E4 and F3 is no sound.
F5 is not much.
G4 is it?
G4, G6?
These are queen B2, knight C3.
I want to play this.
Knight C3, knight B6.
Yeah, knight B6.
Knight, yeah, that's
Knight C3.
yeah, so
Rook A1 or something? Okay. Bishop F7. Okay, so you don't even get everything.
Yeah, here knight B6 is. So let's take B8 and then the bishop. Alright, nice. Yeah, I mean, I thought I
Why is this such a big deal?
Maybe black is much better. Knight B6. No, I mean, it's too risky for white to go for this.
Knight B5?
Rook A1, queen D6,
No, but
knight B5.
knight C6, right?
Knight C6.
Yeah, probably this.
So this is probably too risky.
Although knight B6, knight B5, queen A2 is also possible.
Sure.
So. Knight B6.
have 6. You can also do 6 technically, yeah? You can also here play f6. Maybe not. Okay, so let's say, if you take it, then before
And like b6.
anyway, yeah.
No, yeah, also here, yeah.
No, I just don't want to give away.
But I mean,
center.
also take always in bishop h1, and then come to d4.
Yeah, technically even after your 4 I have bishop h1. Bishop h2. If d5 is
Yeah, I mean,
But even after you have, because if you have to play d5 to avoid d4.
So f5, nothing? Yeah. Okay, I think this check is a bit annoying, but maybe check after first move. So much is annoying. I think 4 we checked it, yeah. I think 4 is super principle. Okay, if knight b3, what we do? Knight b3 first? Yeah, I mean, that's so not true. Yeah. Yeah. This? Okay, so 5%.
Well, I like e4, actually.
Yeah, e4 is a bit annoying. So 5 is the first move. F4 you really. But e4, I like f5.
You like f5?
I like f5.
Queen g6.
Also, yeah.
And then I can check on h5.
So take, yeah.
Here I can check, yeah.
Knight c3.
Okay,
Take.
not quite really anymore.
But maybe after f bishop g6 also.
Yeah, but then just some conversation.
But so this way you can cancel, yeah.
Sure, some conversation.
I guess, yeah. Take.
And g6, yeah.
And here g6 already looks
Yeah.
good. If I'm missing g6, it looks much better.
This is good, yeah.
And also here, by the way, knight e4 is annoying because it's important because with knight on e4 and f4 plate,
knight a4.
castle never works because a2 is hanging.
Oh, yeah.
So here like knight e4.
No,
Here knight
Queen
e4.
d4.
Queen a4, like queen a2.
No, here is like very unpleasant.
Yeah.
Dangerous, yeah. Oh,
So
queen
here
a4,
this
bishop
is
h5 also, yeah.
Yeah, but knight a4 maybe b3.
Bishop b5, bishop e2, queen c4.
Бишь, g4.
Gentlemen,
No,
2 minutes to
ну как,
start.
ферзь d4, ферзь слон 5, слон c4, ферзь c4. Knight b2 is not gonna... Shit. Sure it's mate. Yeah.
So 1 minute to the start.
Right, everybody, we are back, and here we can see Fabi just arriving for the game. Vidit already there. I'm predicting c4. Boom. It was c4, but on the opposite side. It was f4. With a tempo, knight b6 blocking the threat. Let the game begin. Let me hide the engine lines. And let's hope Fabi wins. If Fabi wins, that will be a guaranteed qualification for the finals. If he loses, then the panic will begin. Then it will be a really messy situation. So f4 knight to b6. Now in standard chess, a very common pattern that's restricting such knight is pawn to b3, controlling these two squares. However, that would not be a very sensible move because it would be blocking the knight. So I was thinking about c4, taking away two squares for this knight while also trying to fight for the center. So what both f4 and c4 are doing, they're fighting for the center directly. So not really putting a pawn in the center, but making sure black doesn't do it himself either. Okay, c5. I am predicting tough to predict. d3 bishop c3, g3 bishop g2 would be a very safe way to arrange the bishops. Then b3 knight c2, knight d2, knight f3, queen f2, short castle. But of course, you're not playing chess alone. Or at least, hopefully not. So, yeah, Fabi just goes aggressive, goes g4, taking space. Preparing bishop g2, but also taking some space. G6, a very natural move that I would have also made myself, preparing bishop g7. Gonna be interesting to see if Fabi starts with bishop g2. I have a feeling he might go d3 or d4. Yes, so d3 with idea to play bishop c3, responding to black's frat. So bishop c3 about to happen on the next move. And what is this position resembling? It's like an English opening backwards. So it would be very common that you have fianchetto and then you push queenside pawns, but here we do it opposite way. Okay, except we don't get fianchetto at all, we get a knight on c3. I'm wondering if he's planning to go knight a5. He's probably going to play knight a5. That's very interesting because, well, bishop c6 could be met by pawn to e4, weakening d4, but creating a bit of a positional threat. On bishop to c6, there is also the solid option of playing bishop to g2, but allowing black to trade would make his task easier. It would lead to like a comfortable game, so I'm anticipating bishop c6 to be met by pawn to e4. I don't think Fabi wants to trade. In fact, I can bet you he will play e4. And then after black will... never mind. He wanted to trade. Oh wow, e4 would have been a terrible move. But you know what the computer was willing to play? The computer was ready to go knight a5, sacrificing the exchange. Because the pawn on b7 is lost. Fabi goes for the simple approach. He might just be playing this off the extra space that he has. Knight takes, and I wonder what's the plan. What is the move? Currently, castle long is legal, but perhaps it's where the king belongs in this position after having committed to g4. So we could see this from both players. Castle long for each side. Okay, Fabi starts with the bishop onto f2, which receives a question mark. Don't ask me why. Bishop f2. Interesting flexible move. I'm wondering if, let's say, we both get to castle short. I mean, first of all, black needs to move this queen somehow. I don't really know. It's not so easy. How do you achieve such thing? Like maybe queen e8, queen d7 short castle. I wonder if we both short castle, can you ever push these pawns and get pressure? Probably not, but we see f5. So trying to solve the queen problem in a more pragmatic manner, just creating a square while fighting for the center instead of making multiple queen moves. So good play by Vidit, and I see somebody's asking how many more rounds there are today. There will indeed be one more after this one. So if you're just tuning in, as a reminder, if Fabi makes a draw, he will be almost mathematically qualified towards the final. So very important not to lose this. Okay, how do we play on f5? It would be very natural to take and then go rook g1, try to do something on the g file. In fact, I don't see how black is saving that bishop. So g takes on f5 is probably going to be met by either bishop takes on c3 or a positional sacrifice. What is the idea? gf. Is he possibly planning queen f7? Takes. I think gf, he's gonna go bishop c3 and keep it simple. Okay, so Fabi goes g5. What? No, I'm really curious. gf, indeed, the point was to take, which I'm really surprised on how okay it is for black. I guess not having the fianchetto bishop doesn't really matter that much in the event of castling long. So Fabi decides to keep. We have queen f7 on the board. Maybe long castle? No, knight d2. We have a symmetrical position where Fabi, I almost called him Fabi, where Fabi has extra space. e5? Question mark, unclear why. Yet again. Pawn capture played quickly, and you cannot take with a pawn, I'd imagine, because of bishop takes on c5. So expecting perhaps a knight capture. Bishop capture seems to get hit by knight f3. So knight capture is indeed on the board. Additionally, looking at knight g4 ideas. I'm going to tell you now, castling short gonna be the easy choice. h3, so stopping knight g4, but black is very safe. How is Vidit doing? Vidit has lost pretty much all the games after beating Gukesh in the second round. So he's apparently having a very rough time, but playing a great game here against Fabiano. Vidit is playing really well in this game. That's the thing with these players. No matter what shape they are or what previous results you see, the very next game they can always play perfect. So it is very difficult to play in such events. You never know what you're gonna get. Okay, so as white, the problem is we don't really have a pawn break to play for. So h4, h5 doesn't really achieve anything. More so, it weakens g4. We can never play e4 because that's going to weaken d3. We can never play d4 because that's going to hang c4. So our only pawn play in this position would be a3, b4, which is also kind of not really doing much pressure, while black has a very clear pawn break in mind. So if you make d5 happen, centralize the rooks, b6 somehow in an ideal world, these pawns are going to be very weak, and the king. So what white has to do is pretty much try to keep a close eye on that and minimize the damage. Maybe knight d5 could be an interesting move to swap a pair of pieces, but very difficult position for Fabi. Rook e1 on the board. Vidit just played f4. f4, apparently a mistake. And I suggest after king h1 played very quickly, let's take a close look at the body language of the players. I know we cannot really see the possession, but we can admire. You know what else we can do? We can also see what Vidit sees. Look at Fabi. Look at him, thinking. Rook f5. What to do? 94. Question mark, apparently. Let's see Vidit reaction. Not impressed, but thinking. He's a calculated guy. Okay. Enough with the nonsense commentary. Back to the chess. This is why you guys tune into these streams. You have premium angles everywhere. Fabi's look maxing. I don't know why you say that, but let me not get distracted by the chat. I may have a bad habit for that. 94. So What I don't understand about Vidit's plan is, okay, I mean, it makes sense. He's trying to target the vulnerability of the pawn on g5. To me, it felt like trying to get rid of your own weakness is a safer approach, but maybe you don't need to play it safe. Okay, knight d7. So the knight on e4 is great. I would love to maneuver this guy to d5, but probably the knight on d2 plays a great role into stopping any f3 push. I'm looking for ways to improve the position, but I have a pretty bad habit for worsening the position when I do that. Okay, bishop g1. I was having it on the radar. We need to be very careful about f3, because if we overtake, then that leaves d3 undefended. a6 logical, but a bit inconsistent. Once you commit to f4, rook f5, it's the type of plan that you use when you're going all in on the king side. So I have to say a6, b5 feels a bit inconsistent. Yet again, very difficult to play as white. You just have to wait, but Fabi starts targeting f4, and now he suddenly doubles up rooks. These are some very difficult moves found very quickly. I would have probably done some nonsense maneuvering and lost the game quickly after an f3 push. So this is, I would say, switching the momentum into Fabi's favor. In the past, he had a bad position with no plan and no weaknesses for the opponent. But right now, the position, okay, it's somewhat passive, but at least he has clear target. So as long as he maximizes pressure on f4, that should theoretically tie down black's pieces to protecting it. So it will be more difficult to attack, and hopefully we reach one of those situations where you have like a mutual zugzwang. Might happen here, but if you watch this commentary 5 moves later, it can also sound like comedy. We will see. We will see. Bishop e5. Bishop e5 is a move that feels good to play. When you play bishop e5 as black, you're almost never worse from my experience. If bishop e5 is not a blunder, you're probably doing well. That's irrelevant, just advice, but I don't know. It's a nice move. Not as nice as playing queen h4 as black, but it's a pleasant way of connecting your pieces. Knight b4. He is trying to get in. This is still dangerous. Vidit is looking not really at the pawn, but more important at the weak square on e3. So if the knight manages to enter e3, it would be very risky, but Fabiano says, you know what? I'm gonna let you enter e3, because I'm gonna hide my rook to g1, and then I'm also gonna push h5, and then it's also gonna be knight h4 that's coming. I'm predicting that this is gonna be a win for Fabiano. He's just playing perfectly on the defense. This is an insanely difficult task that he's doing. His knights have been optimized, bishop optimized, rooks optimized. Now he's also countering what seemed to be a deadly maneuver prepared by Vidit. h4, wow. Critical move, because if you're not doing it, knight on e3 is almost trapping your queen. You don't have g4 square. So you need that h3 for the queen. Now d5. d5, it's played with similar idea as knight c2. I think Fabi will take and then do the same queen h3 business. Let the knight entry, rook g1, and he's looking at h5, knight h4. So from a position where he had no pawn break to play for, now suddenly this is very effective because black plays his pieces in a way that h5 actually becomes interesting, because it's going to be combined with knight h4 and the king becomes very vulnerable. There's going to be ideas to take and sacrifice the knight on g6. Let's see. More arrows. I think we're going to get to that position. Wait, what? Knight takes on e5. I haven't even considered that move. Intermezzo. Wow. I was just very happy with the defensive setup he had, but Fabi is going for more. So I'd imagine black has to take with the queen to protect f4. But what is the point after queen takes? There's gonna be c takes d5, I'd imagine. Queen takes. What do we play? Surely we're not moving the knight. Although maybe he wants to go knight f6, knight takes, and then what? Can this be it? Knight f6, knight takes, rook f4? I think that's the plan. He wants to go rook f4 intermezzo. Maybe I'm calling it. Fabi is clearly cooking something here. Knight f6 I think he wants to do. cd, I think he would have played it immediately if it was the case. Check this out. If knight captures, I believe rook takes on f4 is a great intermezzo because it's threatening a discovery against the queen. And if rook takes on f4, we take with the bishop intermezzo. Then we recapture. In the meantime, opening the position against black's king. Oh no, he went to d2. Wait, was knight f6 a good move? Or I am just... Yes, knight f6 was the best move. Wow. I still can spot a move out of every 10 tries. Knight e2, still fine. Knight goes back. Knight goes back. It looks like he's preparing queen takes. As we have just gotten to, yet again, peak viewership on the stream. Thank you everybody for tuning in. 100 viewers live. I think Fabi is about to unleash queen takes on d5. Played on the board. Let me refresh. Queen takes on d5, and the question is, after knight e3, is he simply playing rook c1? Rook c1 on the board. We're going to see knight takes on d5. And how do we make progress? The position is evening out, but still Fabi remains on the nicer side of it. black's pawns do remain a little bit overextended, and even though there is a weak square on e3 that the black knight is occupying, white's pieces can move around quite easily. So, expecting to see knight e4. The knight feels pretty well placed on that square. I don't think we can get better. And it's going to be difficult. I would like to put the knight on e4, although the knight has utility in stopping the f3 push. So maybe the knight doesn't need to be touched. Maybe the knight wants to be alone for now. And Fabi is preparing a very interesting maneuver, going rook e4, perhaps rook e6. Maybe not even preparing rook e4. What is the idea? I'm struggling to understand the idea. b5. I think he's going back. Saying that, okay, I've softened your pawn. No, he wanted rook e4. He's not afraid of knight c3. I mean, knight c3 would simply allow rook f4 amongst other things, but probably even better to go rook e7 and then activate. Rook e4. And rook e4 also threatening rook e6. Knight e5. Stopping the rook e6 idea. Knight g4 may be on the cards. That looks a little bit scary. Maybe rook f1 just avoiding it. There is d4 as a pawn break, but knight g4 comes with a tempo, so I would be tempted to think rook f1 is the play. Rook f1 with idea to pressure c5. Oof. Both players are almost in a time scramble. Fabi getting down to the last minute. I don't see other constructive plan. He could also play bishop g1. Somewhat waiting, but rook f1 feels the most natural. It's also possible to do knight f3, inviting the trades. Knight g4, rook f1. Okay, rook f1 on the board. He's going for it. He spent a lot of time. He certainly calculated pretty deeply in the position. Now Vidit 1 minute left, but still has to do the calculation. The knight on e3 does appear scary, but the white pieces can pretty much ignore it. The knight on e3 doesn't have a target. It's a well-placed knight. But that's the end of it. h6. Trying to create some targets. Predicting pawn capture with rook c1. You can also do rook c1 right away. Perhaps rook c1 right away is better. No need to waste time. Rook c1. How do you protect? Yes, rook c1 right away. Looked better to me as well. Okay, expecting maybe knight d7. But then knight d7, at least there is rook e6. You cannot do rook c1 because of pawn to d4. I mean rook c8. I think black is in trouble. I don't see an easy way out. Rook c5 now. Rook c5 will happen. To me, it just feels like this is winning a piece somehow, but Stockfish is not concerned. Okay, HG5. Oof. Big mistake. What is happening? Oh, bishop g1. I don't know why he didn't take c5. Probably there was a scary option I was overlooking, but... Rook f7, good find by Vidit. Oh man. Oh man, this means that the next game is probably gonna be a must-win situation for Fabi. This one looks very hard to save. Down material and also having a weak king. Oh, this is so painful. He had a difficult position, swindled it, and then got swindled again. At least he's about to trade a pair of rooks. Trading a pair of rooks, maybe rook c1. As long as I'm not losing the knight immediately, I have some hopes, but I might be losing the knight immediately. Oh, never mind. We're not even getting the trade I was mentioning. Rook f4. Ah, he's just losing a piece. Knight f2. Black has too many pawns, sadly. I think just too many pawns for realistic counterplay. Fabi resigns and... yeah... really rough. Let's have a look at Nepo against Magnus. What is happening? Clash of the leaders. Seems to be balanced. Seems to be balanced as they are approaching the time scramble. If Nepo wins this, he'll be ahead of Magnus Carlsen in the standings. But the position is very tense. Equal pawns. Black has a worse pawn structure, but way more pressure onto the b2 pawn. Nepo is looking always at that rook takes on a3 tactic, but of course Magnus knows he's not supposed to blunder that. Oh, looks like they have just agreed to a draw. There is one more game. Hikaru against Nodirberg. We have action. Here we're back with the action. At C squared, we're not losing any moments. Hikaru with the white pieces. Trying to defend. Nodirberg. The last player who entered the tournament after the unexpected withdrawal of Hans Niemann. He is pressuring, and with a win against Hikaru, he might be tying for second place for now. There's still plenty of way to go, though. We see a rook trade. Gonna be another one of those opposite color bishop endgames. Predicting d takes on e3 just for the sake of undoubling the pawns. I would be really shocked if Nodirberg doesn't undouble the pawns. D takes on e3 on the board indeed. So currently there are 6 against 5. So one extra pawn for black, but white's pawns are all separated and vulnerable. Time scramble moment. Let's go to the gimbal. Let's see Hikaru. We're attacking Hikaru. Now we're defending against Nodirberg. Tense moment. But apparently the position just evened out. Seems to be an easy draw. Yeah, no more progress can be made. Players shake hands and missed opportunity for Nodirberg. Let's have a look on the standings. Okay, will be the last round for the day. It's all about who makes it to the top 8. So Fabiano in a pretty decent spot. He needs to make a draw to secure his spot for the qualification. But he might also qualify if Richard Rapport or Gukesh fail to win. Gukesh is playing against Nepo, who showed flawless performance. I don't think he lost any games in the tournament. While Richard Rapport has to beat Hikaru Nakamura, which is again no easy task. So Fabi, playing against Vincent Keimer, needs a draw, but might also be fine even in the dangerous case of losing the game. So one more round. I will be leaving you with the gimbal cam for about 10 minutes, and then the show will resume with the conclusion of the day. Stay tuned. You know what? We're going to use this one.
Yeah, I mean, like if you fight so many, then some of them will be eliminated.
It's the married man curse. You go and tell him that. Sitzt du extra mit dem Ja,
zuerst die direkte Begegnung, dann ist die Anzahl der Gewinner, dann so eine Bombe. Also das ist jetzt die Berechnung, da machen wir immer, wenn jemand gewinnt, dann zählt seine Punktezahl, wenn man Gewinn macht, dann zählt die Hälfte von seinen Punkten, wenn man verliert, dann zählt es nicht. Also hier bei Vidit ist relativ einfach. Jeder hat jetzt zweimal gewonnen, super verloren. Er hat gewonnen gegen Caruana, der hat 40 Punkte, also hat 40 Punkte erfolgen soll. Und er hat gewonnen gegen Bukasch, also 3,5, also 4,5 bis 3,5 sind 8, und der hat schon da hinten das ist so die technische Feinheit. Der hat dann gegen bessere Spieler gewonnen. Punkte gegen bessere Spieler. Ich sage, meistens ist es in erster Linie aber ich sage, ja, wenn ich gegen den direkt gewonnen habe, dann bin ich und dann gewinne ich so mehr.
Short.
Ja.
Wer macht denn die Auslosung?
Spieler, players, please take your seats. We're about to begin. Welcome back. It is already the last round of the round robin. We saw the standings there. 5 players are sure to be through the quarterfinals. The rest will be decided in this final round. In order to help me draw the final position of the round robin, I would like to welcome to the stage the founder and CEO of Freestyle Chess, Jan-Henrik Büttner. And Jan, just before we do the draw, I think you just have some short information about the dinner tonight.
Yes, I just want to remind everybody that tonight at the dinner we are doing the pairings, so that the winner of today's round robin will select first and then second and so on. So that's happening at the dinner, and also for the players who are not qualifying for the top 8, it's important because the player in position number 9 will select also his opponent out of the other 3. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. So let's get started.
All right, we do have 384.
Thank you very much, Jan. For the last time, the players have 10 minutes, so please enjoy to the players. Good luck.
D4, D5, C4.
Yeah, D4 is going to turn, right? Because it's like C4, C5, it's just going to turn to some normal D4, D5. It's probably just take. No, it's just going to turn to a tree. Knight's castle, D4, D5. It's a tree. It's not a tree. Yeah, I guess, yeah, you don't need to win either. So.
But see, I think objective like C5, D5, how can on C4?
I thought C5, D5, C4 with B5. But again, yeah, why do you want to go
No,
for
but
the sure?
that makes sense. I mean, also.
C4. But B3 maybe? I don't know. Yeah, maybe this is too much. Because E4, knight E3. It's coming in very fast. No, it's probably too much, right?
I don't know. B5.
E4.
G6.
Knight E3. Actually, yeah, you're right. You're right. That's a good point. Yeah,
Probably D4 if I just not the way.
Then, I mean, because C4, C5 is just boring. E4 looks strange.
Because you can't play C3 without killing your bishop.
Yeah, exactly.
Like E4, B5 also.
Yeah, so. Yeah, so I mean. C4, C5, there's nothing, right? It's just boring. Just actually very boring. So, D4, C5. But I mean, is there anything wrong with just D5?
No, just don't think people will play D4 because of C5.
Ah, okay.
I mean, make C4 here is at least like
C5 is or is not?
Maybe D6 or maybe 6 or something like that. You could have played E5 instead of C5.
Yeah, true. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, knight D6, knight E6, and it's very fast. And just B6. Looks fine.
Let's just start with B6.
Yeah, this looks completely fine. Here E4. Here E4, C5. And D5, E6.
Yeah, there's bishop E, not bishop E5.
No, I mean, I think this should be just fine, though, right? What's wrong with this? Knight E3?
Knight G6 or something.
And if I take, this is so great for white. Is there no bishop? Bishop E5? I thought bishop E5 was just completely fine. With knight D6. You were into the knight here.
But maybe bishop D5.
Yeah, bishop D5 and then bishop E5 and just kill the diagonal. No, this is probably more than fine for black. If you get bishop E5. But this one also. It's diagonals. Oh, sorry, yeah, this diagonal. Knight F3, knight D6. Queen A4 maybe. H6. Bishop F6.
And also, like, it doesn't solve the C4 problem.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
90,
another-
90 C4, yeah.
Okay, so what else? Because the other numbers of D4, they just not existent here. Oh, it's B5.
Yeah, B5.
Maybe B3 anyway, yeah?
But now you can do knight G3.
B3, C5. But I can do C3, I think, yeah? C3. Go C5, I go D5, I think I can call it.
Can I do knight G3, E4?
No, C3.
What about C4? C5, D5? Knight D6.
The structure is.
Yeah, no.
That should be kind of more present.
Maybe you like B3.
No, it's not.
C5. Or you take.
You can also start with C4.
is. I mean,
A5 or
B6.
B6.
B4, what's the problem?
I mean, B5, B4.
Looks normal. Yeah, it looks
B4, okay, if black just plays like E6, knight f6, what's your like knight f6?
Like a B3,
knight
knight
G3,
G3,
knight f3, castle, B3.
Let's say like another try.
Maybe
goes
and
like C4, C5,
play bishop
B3.
D5, C6.
Or D5, knight B7, something like this. B6. Can we like.
This does not feel correct.
Why?
Yeah.
Why? No, I think this is.
Knight f6, knight
If
this
you
is
want, you
like-
can play it.
This is your position.
I think black is better.
Yeah.
Ah, maybe not better. Yeah, maybe B5, B6 no sense.
You can take B3.
So, gentlemen, 2 minutes to the start of the last round.
Here we might maybe to play some. Maybe to grab some space. No? But he'd be fine. Yeah.
But maybe D5, yeah. C4, E4.
This one. This is insane. C3, queen C3 eliminate.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's just like slowly kick your queen away like
And
C4.
E4, knight
and
E3,
your
yeah.
bishop is
Yeah, yeah.
No.
No.
This
No,
kind
it
of.
depends on B5, yeah.
And B3, B5 he plays.
B5, B3, C5, I don't know, something with BC.
Okay, whatever.
Will you please take your seats? So I just want to remind you that during the dinner, it's not only that the first 3 and the 9th place will choose their opponent, but it's also that the first 4 and 9th and 10th place
Boom! Welcome back, everybody. We do have Fabiano against Vinci. Fun fact, I actually played the game against Vinci over the board, and of course I got crashed. Now, we have a bit of a situation because for both players, a draw would pretty much secure their spots into the qualification into the final. So a draw would help both players qualify for the final. Now, let's see how the game progresses. I'm predicting a draw, but you never know. How about the initial position? So king on g8, queens on the c file. So basically, out of all the pieces, only the age rook is keeping its place. Interesting. Pretty unusual. Oh, b5. Fabiano, of course, he loves to play these structures. So if you play Reti against Fabiano, knight f3, g3, he will play knight f6, b5. Often getting the pawns like that. So why not go for it here? Let's see. Got myself some cold instant coffee. Let's see. Should be enough for the last round of the day, everybody. So if you're just tuning in, tomorrow we're going to be starting again at the same time with the finals, so don't go anywhere. Stay here. Why should you stay here when you can watch the main broadcast? Well, here I have all the angles that I can help you with. So in case you wondered, what does it look like playing against Vince and Keimer? There you go. This is why you're not on the main broadcast and you are on C Squared. Similarly, this is what it feels like playing Fabiano. Ah, so many nice shots. We love them. Thank you, Alex, the best commentator ever. You guys are welcome. You've been nice for the most part. Knight f6. Predicting short castle for both sides and c5. To me, this feels like Fabiano has a very comfortable position, but the computer thinks otherwise. I wonder why. Do you guys ever analyze chess and then just end up telling yourself that Stockfish doesn't understand chess? Well, this is the kind of delusion that you need to make it. I find myself doing that pretty often. And then I get proven otherwise. Then I remember why I don't play over the board chess anymore. So let's see. So castle. Can it be risky for, let's say, white to get a knight on f5? Takes, we get like a Tartak over Caro-Kann, knight is coming to f5. I mean, as long as you don't get like a queen on g4. Oh. Very aggressive move by Fabiano, wow. It's not a move I was expecting, considering that both players need a draw. Is Fabi not aware of that? Come on. That's not the Italian school of chess. Italian school of chess would play safe. So Vincent actually ended up breaking. Now we have a situation where black has many options. Black can try to fully liquidate, set up a funny looking pawn cube. Black can take with bishop centralization. Black can play h4, sending this knight to, I don't really know where, to a bad place. Sending this knight to the grocery store with no coupons. The knight will have to maybe go f5. Oh, f5, threatening to fork. I have a feeling we will see something h4 connected. g6 right away. Oh no! No, this is losing. Uh-oh. CD, bishop takes on d5. Can white play e4 right away? If that's not the move, then I don't know how this can backfire so quickly. Take. d5. Ooh, that's nasty. Yes, e4 right away. Oh no, there will be d5 double attack. This is big trouble for Fabiano. Oof. Luckily, we might still qualify. Unless Gukesh or Rapport win their games. And yes, we are watching from Fabiano perspective. Yes, d5. I called it, but I wasn't seeing the killer move. What is the killer move here? This is not encouraging news because for sure Vincent has already seen the killer move. Just because your dear commentator haven't spotted. Vincent is just another level. He surely has figured it out. What can it be? So, how about Queen c3, knight f4? Queen c3, f6, knight f4 slash c5. It doesn't give me a convincing look. So black wants to play f6, so queen c3 played. I don't see a strong follow-up though. f6 maybe just simple chess, rook e1 and... I see the problem, rook e1, if bishop d3, we're dealing with a nasty double attack. If Rapport wins, we're gonna see a playoff. Well, certainly you know better than I do. We must check. Let's have a quick look on Rapport game. So, Fabiano is apparently completely busted. Nepo, on the other hand, seems to be winning against Gukesh, according to Stockfish. Now, Rapport, on the other hand, looks like having a balanced game against Hikaru. So, as I was saying before the round, even with a loss, it might be enough for Fabi to qualify, but definitely having a pretty rough start. He had a very rough start, then a decent comeback, but now yet again kind of struggling to find his rhythm. But you know how it happens with such players or big teams, even in football. Whenever you watch like European Championship or World Championship, some big team may be struggling to enter the groups, but then ends up winning the tournament. So, could also be one of those cases. Rook h7, not looking good. Let's zoom in the players. Let's see what an attacking Chimer looks like. This is what an attacking Chimer looks like. And this is Fabi. Certainly not liking the position. Oops. Yeah, this one definitely not looking pretty for us. I wonder if we should be focusing on the Richard game, because as long as Hikaru doesn't lose, then a qualification is guaranteed. But I guess we'll stick with Fabi for now. Yeah, it's kind of crazy that Black pretty much has no moves. The bishop on b8 is completely passive, and White has only sacrificed a pawn. But it feels like playing with an extra piece. Plus, the king is vulnerable, and the rook on h7 never enters the game. So, down a bishop and a rook. Really difficult position. Completely lost according to the computer. On the bright side, I can see on the main broadcast, the situation is even between Richard Rapport and Hikaru. So good news for Fabi in that regard. Do we have a gimbal camera? Yes, let's see the gimbal. Okay, big moves in Fabi game. We have bishop sacrifice, a practical attempt to complicate the matters. c5, trying to really open up that bishop. Idea to play queen g4 without allowing queen to g3 because the bishop is guarding that square. Will it be enough? Knight c6, bishop d6, sacrificing a full rook. I wonder, can knight takes on d8 be played? Or do you simply go knight e5, play it safe? I would take that rook. I don't believe in it. Might as well be missing mate with checks. But looks like a takeable rook for me. Okay, he took it. Down a full rook. How many pawns? Only 2 pawns for a rook. Not gonna be enough. At least Hikaru is really comfortable in his game. Hikaru probably surely not losing, and Gukesh seems to be in a losing position according to the computer and also to the human eye. We will check those in a second. Yeah, a bit of a catastrophic start for Fabiano, but I mean qualifying. It's probably the best catastrophe you want to happen. If you want to name it like that. Qualifying is important. Okay, I also see the Nepo game. Apparently Nepo made a mistake. Mukesh is still losing, however. I don't think we've seen that many draws in this event. How many draws did Fabi make so far? He made 3 draws. I mean, out of 11 games, that's less than a quarter. So, interesting to see that players are, well, not really in combative mood. It's just like the nature of the game. The drawing percentage has definitely been removed. It's also due to the, of course, time control of the game. The lower time you have, the more decisive games you're gonna get, but these guys have definitely been throwing punches and very few draws. Okay, Nepo is apparently completely winning. I don't know what the situation in Hikaru game is. I'm actually just gonna go to the Hikaru game since this one is looking pretty bad. Hikaru is pressuring. Of course, Richard has to take unnecessary risks, but Hikaru seems in driver's seat. Whether he's gonna play h4 or pawn to e4. Pawn to e4 idea to unleash a sacrifice on g3, but probably h4 is the more human move. So, all in all, looking pretty good for Fabi. Let's see. Okay, Vincent just piling up pressure. I think this is just gonna come down to a bishop sacrifice on g6. Seems unstoppable. Or at least queen e4, rook takes on h4, the easy route. Okay, bishop e5. So as I said earlier today, whenever you play bishop e5, you have a good position. Not when you're down a rook. The rule doesn't apply. If you play bishop e5 with even pieces, you're having a good position. I think that's how the rule goes. It's the rule that I personally invented. Don't think I heard anyone use it. I think it stands though. Imagine like whenever you play bishop e5 in like a King's Indian. Usually it's after you trade knights in a Benoni structure. Pretty good. But Vincent just played bishop to f5, which is a move that I don't fully understand. Maybe he is just getting the bishop in front of the queen before he sacrifices, or... No, I mean, I don't think bishop e6 is ever like a thing. That would be just so time consuming. This sacrifice is nonsense. So probably queen e4, queen e8. Keep it simple. Bishop f5. Maybe just a good prophylactic move, although I'm struggling to see black's threat. Hikaru still doing well against Richard. Okay, Vincent is chilling, has no rush, just played rook to g2, preparing queen e4 without allowing bishop takes on f2. Let's see where the gimbal camera is at. Oh. We are walking around the playing venue. I wonder if the stream is lagging. Oh no, the stream is lagging. This is not good. Why did it start lagging? No, no, no. This is nonsense.
It's been a tough tournament.
Oh,
for
we
you
have
guys. How
an
are you
interview with
so far?
Gukesh. Let's watch that.
Yeah, I started off today with the 2 wins, but yeah, I guess I should just be more consistent.
Do you feel like freestyle is a format that you struggle with a little bit?
Yeah, surely the tournaments I've played have not been that impressive. Yeah, it's obvious that I haven't spent much time in freestyle compared to standard, so yeah, something to look for.
And do you feel then that you will spend more time at home working on different kinds of formats, like freestyle, for example, or do you feel like classical chess is what is most important to you?
I don't know. It's like a confusing situation for everyone. You just have to balance the time between all the formats. So yeah, I'll say one.
We look forward to seeing you in the next rounds. So Gukesh, thank you so much for taking the time.
Yeah, so as you can see, we have resignation by Fabi. We can see Christian. There is still the Hikaru game ongoing. Let's have a look at Hikaru. Hikaru is pushing. If I know something, I know that Hikaru is actually pushing, so let's watch. So 5 pawns against 4. About to pick one up. Okay, rook takes b4. Rook takes d3. We will be seeing a rook trade. There is the threat of a rook to d8, so probably bishop e5. Again, now you see final proof. Whenever you play bishop e5 as black, you do have a good position. So it's equal material. I mean, at least equal. So the bishop e5 story finally comes true. You see, I told you I am not crazy. You guys felt like this bishop e5 stuff is completely nonsense. Here you see it. Bishop e5, black is in great shape. Good move, Hikaru. Let's look at Hikaru. Oh, wrong camera. See? This is the face of a man that just played bishop e5. He knows everything is in control. Oops. Oh, rook c3, setting up a trap. Not gonna fall for that, not today. The rook was poisoned because the bishop needs to guard the passed pawn. We don't want to let white promote to a queen. So the bishop keeps its position, and I think now black has a great chance of playing rook h1, preparing h3, h2, and then that's gonna be GG, bro. Oh no, rook c1 with bishop f4 does the same job. h3 now. Okay, Hikaru is doing Hikaru things. He's winning. Let's see how a winner looks like. He's winning. He's got this. h3. Hikaru wins, pretty much securing the qualification for Fabi. Now, there are still a few games ongoing. An interesting one is happening between Nodirberg and Prague. Here we have them on the screen. Prague is completely winning. Nodirberg, after a great start, lost today against, well, some very tough opponents. Magnus Carlsen and Arjun Erigaisi. About to bite another bullet, as Prague seems to be converting the 2 extra pawns, although he has a pair of bishops, so some hopes for compensation. Let's go on the gimbal. You can see the players outside. Jan and Richard.
Soll ich noch irgendwo anders hin?
Det skal bli spennende å se hva som ender, men en ting som er helt sikkert, at det er ganske sterkt felt når du har de typer spillere som man står mellom.
Jo, absolutt. Det er jo meningen da. Takk så mye. Takk.
Skal jeg ta den engelske her, eller vil du snakke på den der?
You can see decisive result. Arjun Erigaisi manages to beat Vidit. And our final game of the day will be this endgame between Abdusatorov and Pragnananda. I believe the gimbal is going to catch up with that. There you have it. This is the position, not the players. We're just gonna watch the position without the players for the end, and then we're gonna wrap up the stream. Thank you everybody who tuned in. Remember that tomorrow we're gonna start at the same time. I believe 2 p.m. Central European time, although double check by going over chess.com. You will have the time zone pretty much converted automatically to where you live. And well, as a conclusion, all in all, I think the goal was to qualify, and the goal was achieved. It was achieved in probably the worst manner possible, but it was achieved. So I think we should be looking with optimism before the following day. So just gonna see how Pragnananda may or may not convert this endgame, and then we're gonna wrap up the party. King h5. Tough to bring the king because there is always a bishop check. Rook a1, good move. Threatening to check, and then, well, king g4, bishop d7, it was a mate. So knight e6 is meant to stop that. Yeah, I mean, black is still winning, but with the bishop pair is always so tricky. Bishops can suddenly become so strong. I mean, if white had a pair of knights, this would have been a walk in the park, but you see, with the bishop, suddenly black makes a move, it's equal. It's completely equal right now. For some reason, if played properly. Don't ask me how. Bishop d5, maybe it was better to give check first to not allow g5 to push the king in front of the g pawn. Now maybe g5 looks strong. Okay, king g4 also good. Yeah, f3, bishop h4, or h4, bishop h4 right away. I think Prague manages to convert now when they are both on last seconds. e3, trading the pawn, probably an easy win, although You don't have to do that. F3, yes. Okay, we're entering territory where every legal move is probably winning. Now knight c2, big threat with rook e1. Rook a4 and probably rook c2 or rook d2. Yes. Rook d2, same idea, except it also targets the bishops. So king e1. Maybe it was time for e3. But everything wins. e3 a bit unnecessary. I don't like it. King e1, just rook d3 is simple enough, it seems. With knight c2. I think he's gonna play king e1, rook d3. Oh, bishop b4, so he did something else, but okay, now just protect the pawn, king f4. Pawn to e3, following next. Yeah, g5, g4, push e3. No need to rush. And okay, finally, Prague gets the win. And with that, I think we're good to make it a wrap. Let's have a quick look on the standings. These are the results after day 2. In the lead, we have Jan Nepomniachtchi losing a single game to Pragnananda. And second place, Magnus Carlsen, undefeated for the day. And only losing a game to Arjun Erigaisi yesterday. MVL kept his third place while Erigaisi, I believe, swapped places with Abdusatorov. We've seen a better day for Hikaru. Definitely slightly more in form than yesterday, although both days look pretty similar for him. He was very stable. Vincent Keimer, definitely a rough start, but came back strong with 3 consecutive wins. Climbing on 7th place, followed by the dark horse. The okay, shouldn't come up with any names, with Fabiano in last qualifying place, but okay, as long as you're out of the groups, we very much hope for a comeback. So we'll see him tomorrow. Then rest of the players, Pragnananda, Rapport, Gukesh, Vidit will also play their mini matches. So thank you guys for tuning in, and I will see you tomorrow at, these are the times you see there. Translate that to whatever time you're at, and I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good one.
Ja, das geht schon. Genau, deshalb kommt der.
Alle Leute sind jetzt, glaube ich, soweit in Autos, die hier draußen sind.
But I was down several hundred until I made a big comeback. So.
Yeah, but you were confident enough in your ability.
No, but
Ich habe noch einen Spieler gefunden. Check.
But yeah, there is quite some entertainment, I think, around Robin. Yeah, generally I am satisfied with my results and looking forward to knockout stage, and not only that, but I'm just grateful for all who helped me. Yeah, I don't know. It's I mean, it's success for me to first of all be invited and then make to the knockout stage. So I'm really looking forward to give my best and try to put a lot of pressure to my opponents.
Final question, Ludwig. When you do a lot of things, you travel, you get a sudden invitation, you don't sleep very much, you're in a new time zone. It very often takes 2 days before you get tired. Have you noticed that today, that you got the whole situation hitting you?
No, I think I have enough energy to still play good chess, and I don't feel any tiredness. Although it's it's getting very hard because the round starts at 1 p.m. and so I don't have much time after breakfast to have to rest, but I'll try my best. So far I don't feel any problem with that.
We look forward to tomorrow. Thank you so much, Ludwig.
Thank you.
And thanks for taking the time again.
Ludwig, would you be down to do a little interview with Peter and Judith? Okay, not today, I understand. Okay.
So
Should I have our let me know.
I don't know. Because the best one for me is 6:30.
That is true. Do you have your phone still here? If you turn your jacket off.
Gebe ich Ihnen das jetzt wieder zurück? Oder? Ja. Ich darf das nicht halten. Ja, ja.
Ich weiß nicht, ob er jetzt noch hochgeht.
Ich denke, das steht da auch mit 7.
Ja, ich habe nur eine Konversation.
Das steht auch noch mit 7.
Ich bleibe an ihm dran.
When is that?
Well, Leah, is the dinner at 7 or at 8 or at...
No, there's no player. I'll ask MVL. Hold on. I really don't know. We should ask Yuri.
Guys, you're Blackberry, right? Yeah, I almost forgot. 1 second.
Okay, let's go outside, I think. Hopefully someone can tell us.
Ich weiß nicht, was hier gerade mit dem Gast passiert. Jo. Ich dachte halt, der geht hoch, aber der geht halt nicht hoch.
kam dann irgendwas nachmittags und wollte
Okay, ich glaube, es sind keine Spiele mehr drin, wie ich das gerade sehe. Danke, gleichfalls. Jo, kümmere ich mich drum, danke.
Yeah, voice over you mean with Tanya, right?
Vielleicht ist ja einer reingegangen, das Passwort steht.